Thank you. You can have your seats. Thank you for that. And once again, allow me to give sincere apologies for us starting late. I hope we're going to bridge the gap and the timing, and we're going to upload this well. Allow me just to also commit the next 2 days by a word of prayer. So with all religions observed, allow me to praise in the Christian beat just for a minute, and I will get it by. Oh, dear Heavenly Father, Lord in heaven, I say thank you for this day that you've given us. We also say thank you for the rain that's raining this morning. Ask, Lord, as we get into the deliberation for the next 2 days, that you may be in our midst, that you may grant us all the wisdom as we get to share knowledge, and may it in the end turn out to be fruitful. I say thank you for this moment, and I pray this, which is in Jesus Christ, our Lord, I pray. Thank you. Kevin is my name, and I hope you're going to be excited as we decipher these issues around fiber optic, the whole bit around infrastructure. And I know, yes, we've interacted with the concept note, we have the agenda in place, but allow me to maybe share just a small story. So I was brought up in the location of Kericho. It's within the Rift Valley region of this particular country. My parents hail within the village, actually right now. I was talking to my father this morning, and he was somewhere going to the farm. So the location is Bondo, the county is Siaya, the village is Osigu, and the village name is Kologam. So when we were talking with Leonard behind the scenes while planning this, it's all around infrastructure. And when we look at the context of Kenya, from our head of state, there's 100,000 kilometers of fiber optic being put into place. But rather, given the context of my village, yes, I'm here in Nairobi, but my village does not have any fiber optic cable set up. And so, in fact, actually, I know moments when I'm in the village, probably days I'm there. I know I'm planning to be there this weekend. It's either I'm trying to tether using my phone hotspot, or I have a MiFi that I've carried, which is actually supported by one of the telcos. I'm using that particular story for us to probably also have the realities in terms of what happens on the ground. So when we get to share technocratic knowledge, when we get to explore and give all context around the opportunities that exist while building up infrastructure when it comes to the fiber optic cable, we also get to ask ourselves, so from that particular village where Kevin comes from, who is your lead MC for the next 2 days, we are interacting here. What can we also do personally as an endeavor towards creating solutions to also ensure that the underserved regions who don't have any fiber optic cables within their necessities are actually catered. Probably pull on to that as we progress. And with that particular case, allow me to just go straight forth onto the program area for the day. And it gives me so much privilege to call upon Jonathan Mwakijele, who is the head of training here at the African Advanced Level Telecommunication Institute. Just take us up with his opening remarks, and I see the presentation is up on stage. So Jonathan, please, the podium is yours.
Good morning again. Yeah, so I've been introduced. I'm Jonathan Mwakijele, and I'm heading the Department of Training here at Afrati, and I'm standing here on behalf of the director of the institute, that is Mr. William Baraza, who happened to be in Addis Ababa for the ITU Region Development Forum. Yeah, so he was unable to attend this summit. So again, we apologize for the delay in starting, and some things sometimes are beyond human. The last 3 days, the weather was fantastic. It just changed this morning. But again, I'm not sure about from the West, from the African culture, we say rain is a blessing. Yeah, so we should celebrate that we have got this blessing. Again, to be able to catch up with the time, I would try my best to be, I'm not sure who is controlling this, I just want to confirm. Am I the one controlling? Am I the one controlling? Just, okay. Okay, fine. So, again, I just want to recognize all the delegates who are here, and thank you very much for creating time to be part of this Kenya Fibre Data Summit. And before that, we started with Open Fibre Data Standard. That was a workshop for 2 days, and we had our speaker, Steve Song. You can stand and yes, so he was a fantastic trainer, so it was fantastic, really, really great. I was part of that workshop. Then we also had some delegates from AFRATI member states. If they don't mind, they can also stand. We have Malawi, Uganda, South Sudan, and the Gambia. And also we had, so they are all from the regulators, and Gambia, of course, is represented by the incumbent, the GAMTEL. And also we had representative from Kenya, that is Communication Authority of Kenya. I know the people who attended that 2 days workshop, they are not here, but you can just stand on their behalf representing the member states. Oh, okay, I can see they are there. Fantastic. So thank you very much. Yeah, so as you know, AFRAT is a member state organization, so it's critical to recognize our member states because they're the ones makes us to continue what we do. Otherwise, the rest of the members who are here, again, we want to welcome you and say thank you very much for creating time to be part of this. Okay, so as AFRAT is an intergovernmental organization which was established in 1991 to supplement and spearhead ICT development effort, mainly, of course, for English-speaking countries. Again, as mentioned, of course, we are hosted by Kenya through Communication Authority of Kenya. Then other member states, we have Tanzania, Uganda, Malawi, Mozambique, Kingdom of Eswatini, Zambia, Zimbabwe, and the Gambia. So you notice that at least 5 of them are represented here. Then we have a track record of 31 years, of course, providing quality training in technology, engineering, management, policy and regulation in telecommunication and ICT industry. And of course, we have got broader and deep expertise in designing and delivering the full range of customized training programs, innovation, and research. And of course, we also have a large pool of recognized expertise drawn from the ICT industry as well as academia. So that's all about us as AFRAT. Of course, our mission is to provide capacity development, advisory services, promote innovation through quality programs, strategy alliance, and partnership. And of course, our vision is to be a leading global ICT capacity development institute. Of course, below, that's our core values about integrity, creativity, innovation, and collaboration. Again, I just want to highlight some of the key units that we have here at AFRATI. Of course, you can call them department. We have got management, policy and regulation, where we offer quite a number of programs. One of them is Masters of Communication Management. We work closely with the United Kingdom Telecommunication Academy and University of Rwanda. Then again, we also been offering post and courier program over years in collaboration with the Communication Authority of Kenya. Then we also have a program on child online protection. They are all under management, policy and regulation. Again, we also have got a unit that is engineering training, where we have programs like spectrum management training program, the fiber optic, then the Huawei authorized running pattern. I've seen Huawei are represented here. We work closely with them. Then again, in technology training, we have all this Cisco Academy Support Center, We are one of the Cisco support center in Africa. Then we are also EC Council accredited training center, then also PCB approved academy, then ISC2 official training partner, then recently, of course, we became a CompTIA accredited training center. Again, we have a new unit that is innovation and research unit, which is championed by my colleague, Leonard Mabere. Then some of the activities that we've worked closely with our partners over years, we have cyber hygiene research. We have worked with Foreign Commonwealth and Development Office. That was it was a research baseline study to determine the level of cyber hygiene awareness to the most vulnerable cyber users of the IC technology in Kenya. Then again, we work closely with IBM on skill build for students program. We have a target to train 50,000 youth in Kenya between the age of 14 and 25 on emerging technologies. Then again, on child online protection, we work closely with the Communication Authority of Kenya, who have been sponsoring this program over a year from 2019 up to currently. We have trained a total of 951 high-level, high-impact groups within our society in bid to create healthy online experience for our children and youth. Again, through partnership of Communication Authority of Kenya, we have been also offering post and courier. Quite a number of participants from Kenya have benefited from this. From 2016 up to 2021, we have trained around 1,100. So these are from the post and courier industry. So we appreciate the collaboration that we have with Communication Authority of Kenya. Then again, we also work closely with the African Telecommunication Union. Again, temporarily they are hosted here by the Communication Authority of Kenya. And in partnership with them, we have offered quite a number of programs. So just listing them, we have done economic and market-based method of radio frequency spectrum management. We have done satellite coordination procedures and firings. We have done emerging non-geostationary satellite systems. Again, we have done digital sound broadcasting systems just the other day. Again, all these programs, normally we pick, of course, the African Telecommunication Union, they normally pick this training needs from the entire continent of almost over 50. Then at least each country is given 2 slots. So you will see from 2021 to date, we have trained a total of 405. Then we also work closely with the African Telecommunication Union. Over years, AFRAT has been one of the ITU centers of excellence. That is from 1994 to 2022. We're talking about 20 years. Then again, from in 2022, of course, there was opportunity for us to apply as one of the ITU Academic Training Center. We applied. Then out of 50 from 35 different countries, only 14 of them were selected. Of course, AFRAT became one of them. So currently we are a global ITU Academy Training Center. So we have opportunity to train not only the continent of Africa, but beyond the continent of Africa. We have been assigned 2 specific areas, that is spectrum management and network infrastructure priority areas. So those are the 2, but we do more than that. Then again, through ITU, there was a competition which we won. That was during the COVID-19 pandemic. That is on Connect to Recover research project. Ours specifically was talking about market resilience in emerging digital economies. And of course, our case study of Kenya during COVID-19 pandemic. Again, we got award by the World Summit on the Information Society 2023 in our effort to support women. Again, we have under Decent Job for Youth, we have committed to support this initiative by the International Labour Organization and other partners like ITU. Again, just some few, over one month ago, we had a program, of course, working again closely with the ITU and PRIDA, that's Policy and Regulation Initiative for Digital Africa. We train a total of 146 final year degree female students from the continent of Africa. And of course, we hosted them here. So we had these young ladies from 19 different countries. So it was a fully sponsored program. So specifically, we're talking about spectrum management. Then again, working closer with the partners like British Council on skills for inclusive digital participation, of course, which aims at building capacity for digital excluded individuals to help them develop and the digital competence they need to take part in the digital life and online activities. So from 2020 up to 2023, we've been part of this project. Then again, we are working closely with Norwegian Refugee Council in curriculum development, delivery of digital skills training, and creation of viable market linkages. So of course, this to seek to enhance the self-reliance of refugees and host communities in Garissa. A total of 184 young people we are training this specific project. Then again, on Cisco, over years, we have supported the continent of Africa. I would say almost quite a number of countries in Africa have been supported to establish Cisco academies in their respective countries. So almost every year we are being recognized by Cisco for leading initiative to empower all people through power of technology, education, and career possibilities. Again, with Mozilla, who happen to be our partner even in this specific summit. We appreciate them. We have done quite a lot with them. And now specifically, of course, the Mozilla Corporation partners with Afrati under the Mozilla Africa MLAD initiative. Of course, under this initiative, we are able to identify and support Africa developers, entrepreneurs, and startups in innovation to empower Africans. We have started this year, and we'll continue doing that. Of course, some of the other key events that we had just this week on Open Fiber Data Standard workshop, which our able trainer, Steve, did a fantastic job. Of course, again, for these 2 days, we have this Kenya Fiber Data Summit. That's the current event. Again, to take note, AFRAT is a NITA authorized training skills and management and supervisory training provider. So we are recognized by this specific body. Again, I'll just highlight quickly more special on capacity building and some of the research initiative that AFRAT is currently pushing. So just talking about towards a sustainable digital future for Africa. Yeah, so, okay, just a minute. Yeah, so I'll say over years, we've been able to identify some gaps. I'll just highlight some of the key points. One, talking about, just a minute. Okay. Yeah, so talking about gap in new tech concepts have emerged, more especially on spectrum sharing, new spectrum management techniques, Internet of Things, artificial intelligence, and new data science concepts. So those are some of the gaps, and AFRAT we try to come in and try to develop to support all this kind of initiative. Then again, limited research and innovation initiative to read to relevant ICT policies and regulation. Then some gaps on limited pilot and test bed initiative to read to the understanding of how new technologies work, of course, which result into delayed regulation and economic opportunities. Then lack of research and training labs, of course, which is a serious challenge, which reduces the quality of ICT development skills. Yeah, so those are some of the gaps that AFRAT we try to come in and working closely with the different partners to be able to address. So out of this, we have quite a number of potential opportunities, like reaching to unserved and underserved on on needs basis, awakening the new set of entrepreneurs and companies, and creation of new employment opportunities, and world-class engineering and ICT skills. So there's quite a lot there. Yes, so mainly strategy initiative in capacity building and skills development and research innovation and consultants. Yeah, so I'll not go into details this because some of them I've already highlighted. We also work closely with the regulators. And so just some of the initiatives that we've been doing now. And yes, I think because of time, I will just stop here so that we can save time. But otherwise, I appreciate for listening to me. I was trying to be a bit fast so that at least we can catch up with the time. Otherwise, this presentation, I believe, will be available to all the delegates. So thank you very much and welcome to this summit. Thank you.
Jonathan, thank you very much for that. Is that just the only hearty claps you can encourage Jonathan with? Can we just do it a little bit better? Thank you for that. Allow me to call upon Mr. Stevenson. We've already had his name, and it's going to be a presentation of the OPDS. I hope, I see he's glaring at me, so I hope I haven't ambushed him. Steve, are you ready? All right, I see he's laughing, so it means that the stage is all yours. Steve, please. Let's also probably just encourage him up as he gets up on stage. Steve, the podium is yours. Thank you.
Thanks, and good morning, everyone. I hope a presentation will be coming shortly. I'm very happy to be at any event talking about fiber optic infrastructure. I think fiber infrastructure doesn't get the attention that it is deserved, that it merits in terms of its impact on our lives. It's kind of this hidden underground, literally underground, technology that is the foundation for the global digital infrastructure that supports us. And it's something that I've been attempting to map and track the growth of fiber infrastructure on the continent really back from about 2007, when it was 2005, the Easy Cable was announced, and it was the first real digital cable, certainly the first cable to come down the East Coast. And yet there were many announcements at the same time. There was the Easy Cable, there was the CCOM cable, and I found it very hard to make sense of. So that's what sort of sparked my interest in beginning to map and better understand fiber optic infrastructure, and which is kind of what led me to where I am today, which is talking about open standards for describing fiber. Keep talking, keep them rolling, okay. And so I work for the Mozilla Corporation, which makes the Firefox browser, which hopefully you're all happy users of. But you may be wondering, what does Mozilla care about fiber optic infrastructure? Well, Mozilla is an interesting company in that it is a corporation owned by a foundation. And the Mozilla Foundation exists to make sure that that Mozilla as a company continues to not just worry about profits, but also worry about doing good in the world. And part of the Mozilla Manifesto is we believe in an open internet that is accessible to everyone on the planet. And so that's my role, or my part of Mozilla, is thinking about where the internet is not and how we can unlock affordable access to digital communication for everyone. And because I think a lot of us, if you're online, you think about digital issues like digital rights, privacy, AI, all of these things. But if you don't have access to the internet, you don't think about any of these things. And the people without access are excluded from the conversations that are happening because they're happening on the very digital infrastructure that they're excluded from. So I think if we're not careful, that even as digital resources get more and more powerful, we run the risk of increasing inequality between those who have access and those who don't. And if we don't actually work harder to invest in ensuring that everyone has affordable access, then we're going to increase inequality worse than it already is in many places. Right. I think I'll just carry on as if my presentation were there. Interesting things about fiber optic infrastructure is that its capacity is just so much larger than any other technology. So, Starlink has been in the news recently, and if you think about the total capacity of the Starlink constellation, it's a tiny fraction of fiber optic infrastructure. Even if we just say took the two new cables, the Equiano cable and the 2Africa cable, those two cables alone represent many orders of magnitude more capacity than all of the satellite constellations put together. So it's the economists refer to it as a non-rival good, in that everyone can share access to the technology without impeding access to anyone else. Yet, we don't really understand how much fiber optic infrastructure there is, because it is kind of loosely documented. So, for instance, as an operator, you may publish a map of your fiber network infrastructure, or you might not. The policies vary in that regard. But even if you do, it's hard to know whether you're publishing your own physical infrastructure, or you're publishing a map of somebody else's network that you have dark fiber on or lit capacity. So often, if you try and collect all the maps of fiber in a country, it may look like there's lots of fiber. Every major operator in Kenya reports having fiber between Nairobi and Mombasa. Yet, how many cables are there actually between those two cities? Well, it's not clear. It's not clear because we don't have standards for describing fiber infrastructure. And without those standards, we can't understand true resiliency and redundancy. When I was speaking to an operator in Ghana, he related to this particularly because he said, they had reached the 11th hour of negotiating for backup access on another cable in Ghana, and were about to complete their negotiations when they discovered that the capacity that they were being sold was actually dark fiber on the same cable that they had capacity. So they weren't actually getting any redundancy at all. So if we want to understand true resiliency and redundancy in terms of infrastructure, there is a need for a common standard for describing that infrastructure. And I think there are concerns, perhaps about how about sharing that data among operators and with regulators. But I think with a common standard, we are in a position to build trust among operators in terms of how the data is shared, because everyone is sharing the same amount, and to increase kind of confidence and reliability, and realize that this infrastructure is a tide that raises all ships, and by having a base level of information sharing, we're going to invest more strategically, and that includes avoiding fiber optic interruptions. I know in the first 6 months of last year, MTN Ghana reported 963 fiber interruptions on their network, which I think is some kind of record. But it is with transparency and through a standard that is likely to happen. So Mozilla's role in all of this is kind of acting as a catalyst, a facilitator to bring organizations together. The World Bank, the ITU, Internet Society, Liquid Intelligent Technologies, C-Squared, who are a fiber operator in Ghana and Uganda and Togo and Liberia, are all supporting this standard. And our goal is to build a kind of democratic movement among operators and regulators to promote and adopt this standard. Looks like we're not going to see the presentation. It's too bad. There were some beautiful slides there, but we'll make sure that they're available to you later. But I encourage you. I'll be around for the next day or two. Please come and talk to me, and I'll tell you more. So with that, I thank you, and we'll get on with the rest of the agenda.
Thank you for that, Steve, for actually going verbatim without the presentation. And probably maybe just before I get to move, I will wish that technical hitch not to probably happen again. Allow me to probably just bring up on screen the specific mail. If at all you have actually any presentation, please kindly just share it up onto the email address that's going to be shared up on screen, so that we don't face that technical hitch again. So hey, the audiovisual team, please kindly just share that email address on the screens so that the audience can get to see it. Kindly, please, Evie. And to our online participants, thank you for plugging in. We see you. Please feel free to maybe just also drop in some text content on the chat. Just pick it up when we. Two speakers have already just gone ahead of us. That's Mr. Jonathan, the head of training from the African Advanced Level Telecommunication Unit, which is our host for the day. And just getting off stage is Mr. Steve Sung from Mozilla. Allow me to probably also just go on to the next speaker for the day, and that's going to be Haji Mohammed. I see he's ready. Let's just give the gentleman some hearty claps for him to know we're expecting him up on stage. Haji, the stage is yours. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin. Thank you, Francis. I'm pressed for time, so I'll be very fast. We'll make it short and also save time. Mohammed Haji from Communications Authority. I'm coordinating the frequency spectrum management function. I will speak about new policy initiatives on connectivity, government-wide, but I'll be a bit biased. I'm a frequency guy, and so you'll hear more about frequency than any other medium of connectivity. We've had cables, we have fiber. The summit is on fiber. We have other medium like optical, the IR. There's some high-speed ones. We have satellite. But my favorite is radio frequency spectrum. But again, connectivity is either terrestrial or non-terrestrial for us. Is it on land or is it up there? For the general policy framework for frequency, I'll focus on frequency for now. We are guided by international radio regulations that we do review every so often during the World Radio Communication conferences. We also work within Africa region and the East Africa IACO sub-region. There are documents we do, there are guidelines, there are recommendations that we handle at that level. Nationally, we start with ICT policies. The latest we have is 2020. If you go in there, it has given us the guidance on how the industry ICT progresses. We have since again specifically went to spectrum policy that is just approved by cabinet not long ago, the policy 2022. KICA is our parent law, so there's one of the main policy documents. It's under review. We have the spectrum related regulations and many others that are also under review now, about to be concluded. One of the important documents we use for radio spectrum management is the National Table of Frequency Allocation. Is the real Bible Quran that we use for reference for allocations. Our latest version is 2020. We'll have another version early next year. Other initiatives at CA level, in the last few years with partners, Steve Song, Franti, Leonard, Strathmore, FCDO, many stakeholders here, we've done a number of documents that will help us work on the regulatory environment, the policies and the initiatives to improve that environment. We've reviewed our short-range devices guideline. It is a collection of guidelines that tell us, in summary, unlicensed bands where we don't require license to operate. One of the key items that we have achieved a short while ago is we opened up the lower 6 gig for Wi-Fi, 500 plus megahertz for Wi-Fi is substantial. It doubled the Kenya's unlicensed band for Wi-Fi operations. We worked on dynamic spectrum access, TV white space specifically. That is running. We have community network framework. We have put the community networks into the regulatory framework. Progress is very good. There is a platform where we monitor the licensing and how they are progressing and how they are connected. We've developed trunk radio network. Is a slow sector. The land mobile is like a multiplex of land mobiles. We finished that. We are in implementation mode. Not to forget broadcasting. FM band is squeezed and saturated. Is alternative technology we are looking at. We've just concluded the digital sound broadcasting framework. We are in the implementation stage. We've launched our 5G roadmap. This is a sweet topic for the world. We are releasing the spectrum, the frequencies that support 5G bit by bit. But again, later this year, we hope to get more done for IoT and 5G. In the future, we are focusing at a regulatory mechanism for market-based assignment. Other people call it auction to the farthest, but currently we are administratively handling it. But there could be other competitive means of assigning spectrum, specifically the ones that are on high demand. You can guess which one those ones are. Obviously not the land mobile and the amateur and the others, mainly the mobile cellular. We are undertaking 2 studies this year to help us with pricing. Spectrum pricing study we've begun. We need to look through our fee schedule and update it. It's a bit old. We're also looking at optimal spectrum allocation. It's also about to begin. We are finishing this before the end of the financial year, before June, just to establish what is optimal for an operator to offer the basic good quality of service, so that the discussion of who has more and who has less will be reduced by that. We are headed to WRC. The radio regulations will be reviewed. Kenya, Africa, and the world is interested in what is the outcome of that. It's good for connectivity. It will support the current government objectives. The outcomes, if what we anticipated and planned will be how it goes. But the spectrum focus is the sharing of spectrum is our current focus. A number of studies and frameworks we've done are geared towards that. Not to scare the licensed operators. The rules would be as carefully crafted as possible, but that is where we wish to go. But we'll not rush into spectrum sharing per se. Nationally, we have the broadband strategy that is new, that guides how broadband is deployed and the citizens are reached. Universal Service Fund resident at CA is working on how to connect Kenyans and the citizens to the end. Under the current, the latest 2 major connectivity programs by government, the Digital Superhighway, they have 200,000 kilometers of fiber, which is very relevant for the summit. There is good progress. The latest report, the 1-year report from the ministry is encouraging. The Wi-Fi hotspots, the 25,000 to be deployed, also is progressing well. Not to forget the e-commerce and the courier and postal subsector. the national addressing system, the framework and the, I think, legislation that will help us achieve this is also going well, so that e-commerce, because all these things, fiber backhaul, come home, if you don't do fiber to the home, Wi-Fi and other wireless connectivity is key. It's an ecosystem of convergence, and all these things work together. Finally, just to summarize how the government and CA is focused, everything that we do is centered around stakeholder engagement and stakeholder accountability and discussions, and stakeholder is key. We will not have achieved a number of the things we did in the last few years and we are currently doing without stakeholder engagement. It's in law, but the practice of engaging stakeholders at all levels, from the lowest public to the government offices and other players, is the major thing and one of the policy objectives that we are focused on and strictly following to the latter. I think in summary, that is what I can say about the new initiatives, and unless there are questions, I'll be in a hurry to leave, but I have my colleague Dennis in the room, and my senior engineer Obam may also help if he wishes to. Thank you so much, and welcome to the summit. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Haji. We do appreciate. To our online audience, thank you also for just plugging in. Three speakers have so far just started us up. If you are wondering if at all we've missed out on something special, yes, of course we've missed out on something special. We already have Jonathan Makijele, who is the head of training from this particular institution that's actually hosting us. We've also had Steve Song from Mozilla, and Steve also just mentions unto me that if at all you feel you have any Q&As or something that you wish to get from him in terms of all the partnerships and policy conversations that they are driving as Mozilla, he is around for that. And of course, one who has jumped out of stage is Haji Mohammed. Haji just also mentioned that there's a team of his who are in the room. So, I mean, please don't just get to leave, spare chance and have a 1 or 2 conversation to just ensure that this is meaningful. I know it's rainy, I know it started up late, but I don't know whether this is going to be a sign of relief or not. It's 10:30, so probably a chance for us to have a quick tea break, and we're going to get back refreshed and just progress up today. Turn right behind, that's where we are. So let's break, do a quick tea break, hours of El Nino, if I may say that. Verge into such bit of spaces, my desire is the practicality implementation onto it. May it influence and underserved community somewhere, and probably may this not just turn out to be policy deliberations and conversations, but can they open up onto the practical areas whereby we see a great implementation on that. And with that just bit of context, I would like to bring this panel session into play. And it's centered on the discussion on infrastructure sharing and digital governance. Infrastructure sharing and digital governance. And let's probably bring in place Mr. Dennis Smeya. Dennis is going to be our great lead moderator for this particular session. And I know he's warmed up, I know he's psyched up. And I know he's looking forward to probably build this particular conversation up. As as we allow Dennis to come on stage, he's the one who's going to bring in our or rather our panelist for the debate, is also to just affirm the realization that, yeah, there's great work already happening. As we saw from the partnership areas and the activity areas that the head of training, Jonathan Mokijele, showed us up through his presentations from what exactly they're already doing with the British Council, as well as already the ongoing partnership with Mozilla. So of course, yes, there's already great impact areas happening, and I hope as we get to unpack these content areas, may it lead to the realization that this is just not policy conversations or rather summit conversations, but may it lead into the implementation area. And Dennis, the floor is all yours. Please take us through in terms of what you have for this particular session. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Allow me to take a seat. John Orutwa, last minute addition to the physical in-person participation. Are you present? Welcome, sir. See the last minute change to the panel. Welcome, sir. So before we begin, we wanted confirmation of remote participation audio.
They are present, yes, but I think there's a technical hitch from the team. Let me just confirm. Yeah, Fiona confirms that she can hear us online. So Fiona is online already. Yes, we're connected online. Yeah, Fiona can hear us, yeah. Could we pre-test whether Fiona is able to? Fiona, hi. Fiona, you're on mute. Fiona, could you probably just say a word for us to affirm that you're online?
I can now hear the sound. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you.
Good morning.
Yeah.
Yes, we can.
Thank you.
So indeed, we need to sort out the. Hide. Test. We have a feedback challenge. Do a wired. Test. So it will be seamless with Fiona. Great. So Fiona, we wish to start with you. We should introduce Fiona Songa. Fiona Songa is the CEO of the Technology Service Providers of Kenya. We wish to have you maybe test your microphone or audio, and give an opening statement. Tell us about TestPop and what you do.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Afrauti, for organizing this engagement. TestPop has been in existence from 1999. It is an industry association that brings together various categories of service providers. We have got from the MNOs, infrastructure owners, the carriers and connectivity providers, ISPs. We've got the fintechs, the financial payment and wallet solution providers. We've got consultants. We've got a whole range of service providers forming the Technology Service Providers Association of Kenya. And our interest in the discussions that are ongoing is that we have been at the forefront of trying to make sure that fiber deployments are well handled, there is protection of infrastructure that is deployed, there is coordination with other stakeholders, and there is a way in which we are able to ensure that once the fiber is deployed, when it needs to be moved, there is coordination in facilitating that. So we played a pivotal role trying to make sure that we coordinate amongst the owners of infrastructure to make sure that it is moved correctly and appropriately when it does have to be moved. And we pride ourselves in being at the core of these conversations and activities by ensuring that we protect the infrastructure of service providers. When we know of any upcoming projects, we go to the required entity, if it is a state corporation type of roads or a private sector deployment, we go in and ask them to allow for our service providers to come in and lay the infrastructure and to come in and move it in the right manner. Thank you.
Thank you, Fiona. For the in-person participation panel, we wish to start with Mr. John Orutwa from the end. An introduction, tell us about yourself.
Good morning. My name is John Orutwa. I'm the Group CTO for Bandwidth and Cloud Services. We are an infrastructure provider with the licenses in 8 African countries within East, Central, and South Africa. And I'm happy that this forum was brought here to discuss about fiber because fiber is our business. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Titus Chimjo. I work for the Communication Authority of Kenya under Postal and Telecom Services. I'm more inclined to telecom licensing, more particularly on network infrastructure and services.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Adam Lane. I work at Huawei in our Partnerships and Public Affairs and Policy Division. I think most people here will know Huawei as a provider of infrastructure for fixed networks, mobile networks, as well as many other ICT equipment and solutions. Thank you.
Test. So thank you for that quick round of introduction. I wish to get into the heat of the discussion, and we'll be handling 2 aspects on infrastructure sharing and digital governance. So for the first question, I'd wish to refer to Fiona Asonga. TESPOC, as an industry association that represents operator interest, we wish you to give us a statement on successful examples of infrastructure sharing in Kenya that will set the base for the next part of the discussion. Fiona?
Yes. Set up the code of practice for infrastructure sharing in 2010. And so when we did set it up, we did ask the regulator to be the administrator of that code of practice. And so far, we have been able to share masts. We don't now have masts being built like 2 masts, 10 masts in one place. Basically, we have an agreement among the service providers and they do share the masts. We are having the sharing.
Recording in progress.
That are used for infrastructure deployment. We have so far been able to share co-location facilities where the service providers terminate their equipment. What has not happened, and this is not just sharing of the passive infrastructure, what has not happened is sharing of the active, and this is because of different arrangements that the different service providers have with their customers and the customer's expectations. So then if a customer wants dedicated service and the SLA is for that level of, certain level of dedication that will prohibit sharing, it becomes hard for some of this to be shared. But there's a lot of infrastructure sharing happening already. Since 2010 to date, there's been a land improvement, and that is why we don't get a lot of build-up of infrastructure like we had in the past. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go to Adam and ask him about gaps or areas that need improvement in the current regulatory environment, especially to support infrastructure sharing.
Okay, thanks, Dennis. I think I'll just first maybe add something on to what Fiona said. I think there's a few areas that we've noticed are quite interesting. One specifically related to the regulatory area is something that we've been working with Fiona and TESPOC and our other TESPOC members on, which is around regulations for encouraging shared infrastructure in buildings which will enable the last mile connectivity to fiber. That includes manholes, in-building ducting, and related facilities. So we're hoping those regulations will be incorporated as part of the upcoming building code that should be officially approved sometime in the next couple of weeks. We believe that the document's been developed. We're optimistic the content that the telecoms companies and vendors like ourselves were advocating for has been included. And we hope that will be released for every new building, whether a small building on a farm or whether a large apartment complex will have some of this infrastructure. That's actually really interesting and important for multiple reasons. One, of course, it reduces costs of accessing the building and putting fiber cables in the building because the ducting and manholes and things are there. The second thing is it really sort of improves competition and enables smaller players to also engage in this business. And that should also be good for the consumer as well, hopefully lowering prices. And thirdly, it's really important for the equity perspective and digital inclusion. Generally, of course, higher end apartment buildings and homes will have this kind of infrastructure already because the consumers would demand it, but those that are more social housing and lower end may not have that infrastructure as they seek to save costs. But there's also an aspect of safety as well. The regulations will also link to a new standard that the industry helped develop called Kenya Standard 1882, so it's KS 1882, that was gazetted in January this year, which gives more detailed guidelines on how to install fiber to the home infrastructure. And a key part of that, of course, is safety, as well as optimal use of cabling, ducting, and other things like that. So I think that's one of the main gaps that's been in the past. Many more developed countries, and also those who have been faster regulatory, let's say, in the Middle East and Asia, have really been driving this agenda. I think it's actually very important for Africa now with, I think, the expected boom in urbanization and housing to incorporate fiber infrastructure into that over the next 10 or 20 years as this urbanization drive, I think, really continues. And that's really important, especially for the lower end social housing aspects too. A second key regulatory area, I think, is, I'm not sure what the solution is, but it's this conversation around utilizing other publicly funded or related infrastructure, specifically power infrastructure. Kenya is actually quite advanced in terms of providing grid electricity to many, many homes in the country. I think it's more advanced than many other countries in the region. And those poles can be very useful for utilizing for fiber. But there are questions around the business model for that. Is it a pure private business model? Is this a recognition that those poles were built with some public funding and there should be some subsidies for public sector use or private sector use or whatever? So I think that's an interesting conversation. For those of you, of course, who are here in Nairobi, you'd have seen lots and lots and lots of cables hanging on the Kenya Power poles. You know, the ones at the top will be power, and underneath that you often have 3, 4, 5 different fiber providers. Probably my colleague here from BCS is using some of these as well, hanging with different colors on those poles as well. So there's a question around what's the right regulatory approach for those that can unlock and make more affordable connectivity. And then the third one I'll mention that's related to that, but it's quite new and interesting, because I believe Kentraco were just talking recently about utilizing their towers, not just for hanging fiber, but for microwave. So Kentraco, which is the provider of, I guess, the backhaul transmission electricity grid, has very, very large towers in very, very remote areas, and they can be very useful for using point-to-point or point-to-multipoint microwave. And that's a really interesting conversation, because actually the biggest cost of using point-to-point solutions is the building of towers, both the receiving and sending side as well. And we think that in remote areas, microwave is a really good option rather than fiber. And sometimes whether it's for backhaul or just for last mile connectivity, and there may be an interesting conversation around that as well. So I thought I'd just mention those areas. I know that there's a whole set of conversations in the KICA regulations that were also to address infrastructure sharing. Not that deeply engaged in that. I don't know if Titus or others will comment on that, but I think it's a very interesting conversation. Thank you.
Thank you, Adam. Without losing the tempo from Adam's detailed outline of all the issues that need consideration in this space, we wish to jump over to Titus to pick up from Adam, maybe give you general remarks, and then if you could add regulatory challenges in this space. That would be useful.
Thank you, Dennis. Just to, on the regulatory tools that are being reviewed, over the years, we have been receiving concerns on where we need to make it tight or address the gaps. And I think the ongoing review will address most of the gaps. But as we all know, technology changes over time, and there will always be gaps, but we'll always together work to ensure that we find ways of addressing those gaps. But also to add on the successes on the infrastructure sharing. Over a couple of years now, we see a number of service providers who wish to provide internet, but when it comes to the regulator, they say, we wish to provide internet, yes, but we only request for service license because we are going to lease fiber from infrastructure players, which is a good thing because it's an indication that they are sharing the already laid fiber. So they're not building they're not laying other fiber or hanging other fibers. So that in turn will actually reduce the cost to the consumers. We've also seen successes in terms of sharing of towers. We've even seen other players now coming up with some of the passive radios where they allow the operators now to even share the radios. I've noticed something that you propose that maybe Ketraco, which is the transmission company, that they can use for microwave. I've noted we will try to engage the players and see whether it will take shape, but it will be taken under consideration over time. Thank you.
On the Ketraco issue, maybe we should state that the only challenge I could foresee where I sit is the transmission lines and the location of the masts are not actually optimally located for coverage provision because that was not the objective. The priority was to establish the closest or the shortest transmission distance from power generation to power distribution. So, of course, if we could, that could augment nearby towers or avoid a scenario where if you're upgrading a remote site, say to 4G or 5G, you would need to increase downstream capacity to MSR or other switching stations. So having the opportunity to take advantage of Ketraco power lines would be a great advantage. And of course that will get into that discussion. BCS Group, you want to give us your general comments?
Thank you. I'll start with what Viona was saying. One thing that I've noted in Kenya is that infrastructure sharing is for business purposes for those who have rolled out. The challenge that we have is when we are rolling out as operators, can we sit down and synergize, apart from sharing the ducts? If you check the cost of rolling out fiber, because we're talking about fiber, the bigger chunk of the cost goes to civil works, that's trenching. Then the significant cost will go to ducts. Materials, that's the fiber, is not a big cost. Then you come to O&M.
Sorry to interrupt. Can you give us estimate percentages for?
Okay, civil works, if you're trenching, it will cost you around 30 to 40% per meter. Fiber, the duct will cost you around 15%. The fiber, 15%. Project management, 10%. Then O&M is capped at around 10% for the lifetime. So if operators come down and agree, when we are setting up, can we come as operators we pool. If today, what the gentleman from Mozilla said, there's so many fibers to Mombasa. Why? Every operator is running their fiber, but you are using 4 or 5 fibers, but you are deploying a 96 fiber cable. What you can come down as operators, we can come up as 4 operators. We jointly invest in the infrastructure, but then we own 25% of that. Eventually, that will come down as a cost reduction to the end consumer. That is the biggest challenge we have in Kenya. But as BCS, outside there, because we operate in 8 countries, we have done co-build projects in Uganda, where we partner with other operators, and it has led to us reducing the cost. From the word go, you identify a route that you want to go, you talk with the partners, the other operators, you don't see them as competition, you see them as synergy. We have done it in DRC, we have done it in Zambia, we have done it in Zimbabwe, we have done it in Angola. Start from when you are building. After that, you can spend, instead of spending $100 doing my cable, I have Safaricom spending $100 doing their cable. We can spend the $100, we do 2 cables, then we can offer resilience to one another. On regulatory part, we still don't have, that the regulatory industry in Kenya does not encourage infrastructure sharing for the fiber. We need to see that. Because everybody is given a license, but we are not encouraged to, you need to have an environment that can protect, let us have legislation that can protect 2 or 3 partners who have built their asset. How can they be encouraged, and what incentives can they be given? Then the other regulatory problem that we have in Kenya is the number of permits that one has to get from the different government agencies in order for you to build your fiber infrastructure. They tend to be quite a lot. Today, if I want to build a fiber in Nairobi, I have to get an infrastructure license from Communication Authority. I have to go and get a permit from the county government of Nairobi. I have to get a permit in form of right-of-ways from the roads agencies. Those are quite a number of fees that we pay. From the regulator, that's a challenge. Can you come and sit with these government agencies? Can we have one licensing and one agency controlling this infrastructure? That's actually one of the issues that is making it difficult for fiber infrastructure to be rolled out. So when we come and say that from building we are going to share, then we reduce this cost. Then finally, the case of power poles. If we don't have a proper legislation between the agency governing energy, that's EPRA, and Communication Authority, you need to work so that when we go to Kenya Power to lease the poles, they don't have to think that their business is power. They need to know that they are enablers towards even the government's mandate of talking of digital superhighway of 100,000 kilometers. We don't have to trench everywhere to do the fiber. We need the power poles. But the operators, a challenge with the operators, we also need to have discipline. The way we do the cables, that's why we need now a code of conduct on how we are going to lay the fibers with an independent person policing. Otherwise, you'll get the fibers posing as a health hazard to road users and residents. Thank you.
Thank you. Fiona, if you've heard John's concerns, especially towards the tail end of his presentation, he speaks of a code of conduct. You mentioned that you have a code of practice established in 2010. Does that imply that some stakeholders or members of who you represent may not be adhering to this code of practice?
Stakeholders have to take new and transform the space, and they have not taken time to see, read through and understand the code of practice. And that means then that they are not aware that they can actually share their fiber. There is nothing that stops operators from sharing fiber, like I mentioned earlier, sometimes with their customers that will become something that we need to work through. However, infrastructure sharing, with that sort of conduct that we had developed, had also looked at aspects of possibilities in the future of sharing the actual fiber. It didn't go into a lot of details because we may need to sit down again as industry and maybe work on it again. And the administration did not have to be the CA, but we chose at that time to have the CA be the body that handles it for us, because they were also the entity that was licensing. When you look at, for example, the residential areas, in these areas, fiber has been deployed, and that fiber is being shared with all the service providers who are coming in to serve the tenant. So there are aspects of fiber sharing that is happening. The challenge is that we have not sat down and looked into details of what the guidelines of this should be, which I think for now, the regulator is giving us space to do that as industry. And the onus is on every entity that is laying fiber for us to come together. And under TESCO, we've been allowed to supervise the color codes for fiber. So self-regulation is being encouraged, and while self-regulation is being encouraged by the regulator in this space, we need to collaborate. Because if we do not collaborate, we keep on sitting in panels and saying, this is not happening, this is not happening. We want government to do. But government is saying, we can do it, John. We can actually do it. And we come together as industry and try. Not yet, not enough. So it's really, owners is on the members of TESCO who are infrastructure owners to then work with Charles from my team to make sure that they are being considered with the road network design, with the road engineers. We need them to come together and figure out the infrastructure sharing, what level.
Have we blown the wind from your sails? Control, have we lost Fiona?
Maybe as a TESPOC member on our behalf, because we are members, what we do, well, it's a challenge you have done. At the moment, we do share some data, but not as operators to operators. We share it with the regulator, where my infrastructure is. What we don't share is the strategic information where I'm going to roll out next, because I might give my competitor who has a big pockets advantage to go ahead of me. But we share. However, I'll pick it up with her. Yes, we will commit to that. to that extent that it will not jeopardize our business.
That positive reassurance. Indeed, that's a great opportunity for the industry to actively take lead on this matter. You find that sometimes when a direction is issued from a regulatory perspective, it may face inadvertent resistance from industry on the perspective that government can't tell us what to do all the time. So this is a very positive move for industry-led adoption of the standard and future collaboration with other agencies to support these deployments. Adam, you may have any views on this?
I think it's a very good idea. I think one aspect that would be really interesting and could be a benefit or incentive to the operators is if the government and those in charge of construction and road agencies also utilize the data and are able then to ensure that if your data is there, that they do not approve any construction of roads or anything like that without first checking those maps to check the infrastructure is there, and therefore preventing any fiber cuts. Or if there are fiber cuts, you get compensated. So there's kind of an incentive to operators that if you provide that data, then all the construction company then is liable for any issues that happen out of it, or a government regulator could be liable if they've not enforced the construction company to mitigate or provide compensation for something like that. So I think having those incentives would also really help. And honestly, fiber cuts is a really, really big problem in this country. So I think I assume that's a potential benefit as well of having this information more readily available as well, which would be quite useful. I suppose it also depends then on the exact format of those maps. You know, does it say which side of the road, for example, how deep it could be, that kind of stuff. And then if people do access or cut fiber, are they able to contact those people speedily and quickly? And then how does these things get integrated into a process? So if somebody is repairing a road or building a footbridge and they are doing construction, do they go, I presume they go to a county government for approval? Is the county government then accessing that data and collaborating with the NCA or anyone else? So you know, it has to be integrated into the processes, not that 6 months later you then start complaining your fiber was cut. You want kind of real time or within a day or within a week feedback and comments and utilization of that data from that perspective of reducing fiber cuts. But I think that for me, that's something that would be really interesting. I think a second interesting aspect of the issue of redundancy. As there's more and more fiber rollouts, redundancy is a really critical area. And it's often a case, I believe, maybe John can confirm, that you often even want to work with your competitors for redundancy for yourselves, or you provide redundancy for them. So actually knowing where competitors are sometimes can be useful just for redundancy purposes, not even as your primary fiber cable. And I think one of the challenges we face with fiber is that as we become so reliant on it, we need to no, there can also be more disincentives to sharing this data if now all of a sudden you get taxed more money because now people have more insight as to how many cables or maybe they estimate how much revenue you're making. So I think, unfortunately, it's quite complex. The idea, I think, is really good, but the incentives and disincentives, I think, really have to be looked at quite carefully. And the way taxation is going in Kenya, unfortunately, somebody might say now, no problem, but by next year, all of a sudden, they're tripling the fees, and it's not a one-time fee, it's a recurring fee, and they're double counting your fees. So I think that's another issue. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that feedback, Adam. At this point, I wish to ask Steve to respond or give some wisdom on the concern that was just been raised by Adam. If there's a disincentive for operators to declare their deployments, because that would lead to higher charges, rates, levies from counties or government agencies, how do we get around this?
I think the key lies in starting with standards for sharing, so that everyone is sharing according to the same framework and at the same level, but also having different levels of sharing. So there may be public information about fiber infrastructure that is made available to everyone, to researchers at tertiary institutions, to better understand the impact of fiber. But there may be another level of sharing that is limited to perhaps to the TESPOC membership, or perhaps to licensed operators, where that information is available on a more detailed level and is not made generally available. So I think, it's all about trust, really, right? And increasing the level of trust among operators and between operators and government. And I think the key to that is starting from a common language about infrastructure.
Thank you, Steve. As we are about to close the panel, I wish to open the floor for comments, feedback, wisdom, guidance, criticism, positive, very negative criticism. Andre?
Just to add, I think, I wouldn't want to say I'm critical of the standard. I think it's more how the standard is utilized in the framework of trust and regulation and users. The standard itself, I think, is a really important, critical base to start with, and then it's what happens with it and how it's utilized. So yeah, I don't know if I came across as being unsupportive. I'm very supportive.
Thank you, Dennis, and thank you, other panelists. I just wanted to make comments, especially in the context of Uganda. If I may, I'm Henry Mugabe from the Communications Regulator in Uganda, Uganda Communications Commission. Mr. Loka brought a smile on my face in his submissions when he mentioned that yes, there is a good level of appreciation of infrastructure sharing in Uganda. Though he blew more of his trumpet, or operator trumpet, that it is a collaboration in there, which is a good thing as BCS, but just in terms of maybe sharing on the areas of discussion here. One, in facilitating the sharing. Two, in what may be obstructing the sharing. The first is what is on discussion or complaint or challenge being raised by the operators. They always talk about CAPEX and OPEX costs as one of them, as well outlined by Mr. Loka. However, I would think the sharing would be the stopgap or the intervention, the main intervention in trying to minimize individual costs in these deployments for the infrastructure providers, especially for the fiber. So in our regulatory provisions, one of the key things we have been very keen in trying to facilitate the sharing. We started at our licensing regime. We have a new licensing regime, telecom licensing regime, where it categorized the service providers and infrastructure providers. And we are like saying, yes, you can only offer service without having to own infrastructure. You make use of the infrastructure provided by the others. And BCS can bear witness that at a very great level, they are infrastructure providers. I know they have a bit of service provision, but I think they offer more to the licensed operators infrastructure. And second, we put in place the infrastructure sharing and deployment framework. Of course, it is quite new, but it is in the stages of implementation. And one of the things that it highlights is where there will be need
or where there is need for them, for the operators, to provide plans, deployment plans in advance, but the purpose is for whoever also plans to offer service in there to be able to take advantage and not duplicate. So when we are talking about the costs, of course, the duplication is one of the things. I would imagine that the cost that would have been put in duplication then would be used for probably extending service as a joint if there's sharing. So again, Mr. Walker mentioned the leveraging of synergies and working together in terms of, I think like we have just spoke in terms of a collaboration. That collaboration can especially provide advantages in terms of you have a stronger advocacy to even the policymakers. I see there was a complaint of several permits that have to be granted. So if you are presenting cases, when you are as a block, it's easier than individual operators. And of course, definitely, we're also looking at, somehow during our conversation, it was a bit new, though I had heard about it, that there are levies per kilometers and things like that. And I was joking with one of Fred from ILCA that I think maybe also Uganda should impose levies to encourage the sharing so that, someone opts for sharing rather than paying levies on their self-deployed. For now, those are my few views on.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Henry, for your submission. At this point, I wish to put my senior on the spotlight, Engineer Obam. Engineer Obam is a member of the task force on review of key media and ICT telecom regulations and laws. And I wish to ask him to just give us a statement as a member, not as the current office that he holds. So I don't know, Obam, can I invite you to give a comment on the proposed infrastructure and access regulations of 2020? General regulations on infrastructure sharing. Thanks.
The system doesn't want me to speak. So actually, Fiona is a member of that, so perhaps she could talk. But since you've given me the opportunity, put together a sector working group on ICT and the digital economy. Fiona and I are members of that. And so we have a thematic area called digital infrastructure and telecommunication services. So a time is going to come when we are going to engage with stakeholders. And we think at that time then it would be important that stakeholders that are impacted by what we are discussing give a very frank and succinct views on how we can address this issue of infrastructure sharing. On top of that, Fiona and I are also members of the task force that is finalizing the review of the Kenya Information and Communication Act and its regulations, including the infrastructure sharing regulations. Again, that is work that is almost at the tail end. I think it will feed into this new sector working group. The regulations were published. I believe that all the concerned parties gave their views through TESPOC, which were fed to the task force, and this has been incorporated into the revised regulations. So this is how this is being done. But again, the important thing for me would be that as the sector working group on ICT and digital economy engages with their stakeholders, TESPOC and infrastructure, ICT infrastructure providers provide very clear proposals on how we can be able to integrate infrastructure going forward. Just on a personal note, I think if there's sort of self-regulatory mechanisms for infrastructure sharing that are not working, you may want to think about having an enforcer for this. And I don't mean an enforcer as a person, I talk about a regulatory authority. So perhaps CA, you may need to engage with TESPOC to see, from what I've heard today, it seems like that's not working. So we may need to elevate these self-regulatory mechanisms to be a regulatory requirement by the regulator so that the regulator can actually enforce. And I'm sure maybe in our midst there may be certain providers who have a mentality that they don't need to share infrastructure with anyone. So I think the discussion that it's more expensive to duplicate than to share needs to be addressed. But I hope I've tried to give some clarity to the question as asked. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. With that, yes, okay, thank you. So thank you very much, Engineer, for that submission. With that, I wish to bring this session to an end or a close for now. The discussions could continue with the members of the panel offline and the informal breaks. But for now, that is all we had time for. We've concluded our 1 hour slot. And thank you very much, organizers, for this opportunity. Appreciate it.
Are those really hearty claps enough for them to feel encouraged as they get off stage? Thank you for that, team. Allow me to probably try and rush this up as they position themselves up for a picture. I know, yes, we are running a bit late in time, but just to queue up, what's going to be coming in next is Mr. Daniel Gishuki, that's the Chief Executive Officer, Discovery Center and Discovery Labs. And he's just going to take us through, we've come off the conversation around infrastructure, sharing, and digital governance. Allow us now to get into the gist of it, whereby Daniel brings in the context of Digital Economy Acceleration Program and the initiatives and conversations around artificial intelligence, the area of policy, and probably some of the emerging technologies emerging out of it. So, Mr. Gishuki, the podium is all yours. Hey, let's learn to clap for our people as they get up. Don't get tired. So then, all right, you see smiling.
Thank you. As they load my presentation, on a lighter note, when my friend John was saying about the costs of laying fiber, there is a small cost that possibly could be insignificant, but it can give you a lot of headaches. It's called area boys. You always have to remember the area boys. Okay. Right. So we are on, and just as some background, just trying to figure out. Okay. This was a report done by Oxford on government AI readiness. This is an old report. They surveyed 172 countries worldwide. This was in 2021. And Kenya, and this was how ready is a government to use AI in its operations. And we know the Kenyan government, in as much as we really, badmouth our government, the government has done a lot. If you think about it, in 20 years, we've come from dial-up. How many people here never used a modem that used to do? You never used that. Okay. There's a generation that never used that. But if you think about it, in 20 years, 20 years ago, all you had was a modem, and it would take you a long time just to load Hotmail. The government has done a lot, and today you can apply for your driving license and all your other government requirements, from your phone. So Kenya ranked number 46 out of 172, and in Africa we were 4th. So our government, and especially the ICT, we've done a lot towards that. Again, just as an introduction, this is just lifted from the master plan. So the panel that was here was talking about digital infrastructure. So I'll be talking about digital services, products management, digital skills, and digital enterprises. The panel perhaps will talk about legal and regulatory, especially in the area of artificial intelligence. I've spent a lot of years, back in around 2006, 2007, 2008. We would work with multinationals, and there was always a complaint that we don't have competence. We don't have competence in Kenya, we don't have competence in Africa. I've spent the last about 16 years building competence in different capacities. And I'll just talk about digital skills, because this is one of the areas, if you're talking about AI, if you're talking about digital economy, then you have to talk about the skill set, the capacity building. The government has been very supportive. They have been training, on a basic level with their JIRA program. We've had other multiple partners. I believe also Mozilla has done a great deal of work, sponsoring, organizations that do this kind of work, just bringing people up in their digital literacy. But there is more. There are people who have startups, and actually one of the businesses that I run is involved in just training youngsters. So at the moment, we've taken digital skills to another level. We are saying by the time these people come of age, from when they are children, can they learn these skills? Can they learn skills in science, technology, engineering, mathematics? Can they learn, skills that they can actually monetize even before they get an ID? And you have all these organizations, and the Discovery Center is right there, in community engagement, in experiential learning activities, in in-school programs, and in digital. And when we look at the next level, how is our digital economy absorbing these skills? We look at this, I lifted this, part of this from a report that Disrupt did about tech startups in Kenya. And this was in 2022. And at the time, there were around, give or take, around 350 startups doing different things. And we are going to see how these startups have gone. Now, this is just the start. If you compare Kenya, we go 10 years back. I mean, we didn't have such a thriving tech startup scenario. So, you have a lot in finance. Oil and Imla right there is a product of Discovery Labs. It focuses on AI in this area of speech recognition. So, looking at the various sectors where these startups are, before I go to that, Pesesha, you may not see it, it's second from top. Pesesha is working with banks to do the know your customer, the KYC, in a very dynamic way. So instead of the bank asking you, giving you multiple documents, they've outsourced that, banks are outsourcing that to Pesesha, and Pesesha are able to give that. So banks are able to access know your information more accurately. They're also working with credit reference bureaus. Yeah, we didn't have that 13 years ago. A lot of startups in the fintech area. So we are seeing a lot of remittances, lending and financing, and the guys from Safaricom, you guys did a fantastic job pioneering this with M-Pesa, because we must give credit where it's due. A lot of these actually piggyback on M-Pesa. And that's the whole thing about this digital economy. There must be collaborations. The panel that was here was saying, we will adhere so long as, in the area of the digital economy and AI, you cannot survive without collaborations. Safaricom did a fantastic job with M-Pesa, and we have a whole industry piggybacking on that. And we have seen a lot of startups in the agricultural sector. Some of these are donor-driven. We have had applications that would predict the rainfall in counties like Marsabit. That was donor-driven by, I think, USAID, and it was really helping the farmers there. So, and that is to say, for us to run some of these for our rural communities, we must look at an angle of digital inclusion. So the members in the room who sit on corporates, please think as part of your CSR. Do not just go and help the primary school. Look at organizations that can actually run. Okay, can you guys, okay, we're back. I was about to resort to natural microphone. Yeah, where was I? Yeah, the guys in the room, in terms of CSR, please start thinking about how to partner CSR with organizations that have initiatives that are actually delivering some of these solutions to underserved communities. If you look at the people in Marsabit, Isiolo counties, and the areas that are drier in Kenya, when the January, December to February season, the dry season is here, I mean, those guys get affected. But wouldn't it be nice if they know that, by the way, there's going to be rains, there's still pasture in a certain area, and they are able to better predict, yeah? And what that will do, that then can, that data can be consumed by insurance companies, who then can insure the livestock, because the livestock is money, the livestock is their livelihood. Because now they can be able to quantify the risk. So yeah, that is take home for the guys here. You're sitting on corporates, please, CSR, have a look at partnering with organizations that are serving the underserved communities. We've been having a lot happening on e-health, right from dispensing medicine. Anyone uses MyDawa here? Yeah, fantastic. They have a good service. They were not around 15 years. Brought to you, okay? And I just wanted to touch on maternal health. Right now, we have applications that help, when mothers are expectant, they are able to plan better, their clinic days, they are able to be informed better. In fact, some of these just work on, feature phones, what we call Katululu. Yeah, they send SMSs, SMS reminders. So you have an overall, better maternal health. Yeah, we also have this in the area of retail. A lot of startups. Unfortunately, some have closed down.
but you know, they'll get their foot. They'll get their foot. So when you look at artificial intelligence as a technology, when you look at artificial intelligence as a technology, you know, it applies in one way or the other in all this. And I must commend, you know, organizations like Mozilla. Generally, I give honor where it's due. So sorry, guys, if all you do is criticize. I don't. I must give credit to where it's due. Mozilla has done a lot of work with Common Voice. They have developed data sets for voice so that we who are doing applications, like our application is called IMLA. It helps, it's imla.io if you check on your phones. The base feature right now is transcription, but it supports multilingual. The way we talk here in Kenya, you mix Swahili and English. They've developed a lot of data sets in Swahili. Whichever way you look at it, artificial intelligence in whatever form or fashion, the biggest issue normally is data set. And these data sets, generally, the guys who have them sit on gold and you know they sell them. But Mozilla has made it open, and that is commendable. So there needs to be a lot of collaboration where artificial intelligence is concerned. Some of these startups in these different sectors rely on artificial intelligence. If you're going to run, you know, an agricultural-based startup that can predict the rain, you need a lot of data sets. You need to interface with the likes of AccuWeather. You need to interface with data from meteorological department, and so on and so forth, so that people can be sent on feature phones, SMSs on when to plant, and so on and so forth. When you look at the initiatives, you know, that are shaping AI policy, AI has been very fluid worldwide. We know this. I know Rwanda has done a very good document. Anyone from Rwanda in the room? Anyone from Rwanda in the room? Okay. Yeah, I know Rwanda has a good document on AI strategy as a country and AI policy. It's quite aggressive, by the way. If you're interested in AI regulation, the guys, regulators here, have a look at what Rwanda has done. But here, we've been on it. It started, you know, in earnest back in 2007 when we said, you know, Computer Misuse Act. So if I came and I stole your computer and I stole your data and I took advantage, then you can take me to court and I can be met with the full force of the law. And in 2018, we had a blockchain and artificial intelligence task force that, you know, put a lot of things in practice. And Engineer Obama, I know some of the things you guys are working on are what these people possibly worked on. We had a Data Protection Act enacted in 2019, and in fact, we have our Office of the Data Protection Commissioner. And we who run businesses that collect data must register as data controllers and data processors, so that now we are accountable. Because the biggest thing about AI is accountability. You know, science fiction films have not done justice to artificial intelligence. They only show you the scary part. But having said that, there needs to be accountability with AI. And we saw a number of decisions that the ODPC took on a number of institutions in the recent past. And that was, you know, in the right direction. This is still new for us as a country. This is an area that will grow. So for me, instead of criticizing ODPC, in fact, I applaud the lady in charge, Kasait, for, you know, bold decisions. There are some things that slip through the fingers, but definitely we are working on it. Yeah, and for me, I see the future is bright. Thank you. Okay, I've been given 3 or 4 questions. 3 or 4 minutes to take questions. So 3 or 4 minutes, let's just take 3 questions. Or comments. Hey guys, this is not good, eh? You must ask questions. Thank you.
Hello. Good afternoon. My name is James from ITIL Home. I have a, when you were starting the presentation, you mentioned something about area boys. Can you expound on that?
No, that was a light note. That was an icebreaker. The guys who lay fiber will tell you there are places you'll go. The moment you show interest to dig, some young men show up and they demand money, or there's no work that will be done. But that was more of an icebreaker as my presentation was loading. But the guys who, and I'm not sure if it's the same in other parts of Africa, but in Kenya, there are places you won't find that, but there are some places you'll find that. Try lay fiber in Eastlands. And yeah.
Thank you. This is Dennis once again. I was trying out IMLA from your presentation, and just maybe a bit more information on how it works, especially regards to premium services. What premium service features are available?
Okay, IMLA.io is actually used by market researchers and social researchers as we speak, and currently the feature that is released is verbatim transcription and translation. And we've rolled that out, and we are having even students using it, or people just recording their meetings. People who don't have Teams and Zoom where these things are used. It's going to evolve into an app that will bridge this thing of language. You'll be able to traverse across languages, generally African languages. And it will also evolve to something, you can do media monitoring and stuff like that, and do, deeper, it will have some deeper research features. Yeah. Last question? Yeah, thank you very much, Engineer.
Not a question, but because you mentioned my name, so I have to say something.
Thank you.
My culture demands that I let you know that I was a member of the task force that did that AI and blockchain.
I suspected so.
So, but 2 points. I think on the theme of data sets, one policy that perhaps we need to look at is the issue of open data policy. It was attempted at one time, and then it died a natural death in Kenya. So perhaps we need to do it in a framework that can actually be sustainable, because then we have a lot of data sets that can then help us, do a lot of research and then make decisions which are fact-based. On these new technologies like AI and distributed ledgers, I think we need to be careful about when we are proposing legislating or putting them under legislative framework, because they're changing every day. So we need to, I think we need to look for a method where we keep an eye on them, but not legislate, but find a way of exploiting them to solve our problems, unemployment, creating innovation. Those are personal views, because I tell you, in 2018 at the international level, Kenya and other developing countries pleaded with some countries that we put together a framework, even if it's not legislative, at the international level to just look at AI. It was shot down. The same countries now are grappling with AI, calling CEOs to meetings to see what to do with AI. Had we had that discussion in 2018 and agreed on an international framework, today maybe we would all be speaking the same language on how to exploit AI instead of trying to figure out what to do with it because of what it's doing. So that's a lesson we can learn as Kenya and find a middle ground. And I think as a country, we've always tried to do the best, and that's why perhaps our ICT sector has thrived. It has not had the optimum, but I think we have not done too badly because of taking a middle ground, a balanced view in terms of regulating technologies, new technologies. Thank you.
I fully agree with you. Maybe I can just add to what you said. You're spot on. And I think what we've done and has been done well is, bringing accountability so that we cannot just do anything and, have a restful night. We must be accountable as tech leaders in this country. Yeah, and yes, I think as a tech industry, we have been rising quite well. Of course, AI worldwide was even catalyzed by the COVID-19 pandemic, when you could not see people face to face, so this was catalyzed. One of the challenges that I always, when I talk to my fellow tech partners is, funding. But, we are in Africa. We can develop solutions for ourselves, and we can do with the little that we have, and rise up. Yeah, and I think that's what, I always see, and that's why we came up with IMLA, Dennis, because we have to have, solutions that address our unique African problems. Yeah, thank you. All right, thank you very much. You've been a wonderful audience, and thank you for the questions and the comments.
Thank you once again, sir, for a great utilization of that particular time and actually engaging us. I've also known an icebreaker to use within the tech world. They're called what boys again? That was a good one. Yeah, I know those people, but I didn't know they have that particular name. Please just repeat it again. Area boys. Oh, so they're called area boys. So maybe now within the boardrooms of tech and all that, it will be, hey, how will we deal with the area boys, right? When that situation comes. Oh, that's a good one that I've learned today. Thank you, gentlemen. I appreciate it for that. Allow me to hold your beat. I still believe you're still full, right? Can we just maybe rise up a little bit? I know, yes, it's cold. I know, yes, we all summit event. Can we just try and nod our heads just to ensure we stay awake and stretch a bit? Hey, Evie, probably allow me to bowl you up with dances, okay? That's probably could be a good way to keep you awake. Dennis, it seems you're a good dancer. But you're looking at me, it seems you're able to pull moves. Which track can we do from our local context? I saw my great gentleman from Uganda. So in Uganda, you hear Kuna Kuna, right? You've heard that? Or can you look for a chameleon song? Anyway, let me do it our way, how we do it home. Avi, do you have a Kuna Kuna dance a bit, just for us to tease ourselves for a second before we move on to this next segment? As the AV, allow me to just put you up standing so that I can just also make you aware of what's coming in next. After that, small tease of icebreaker, Kagura and Konge. I'll get to bring you up on stage. And Kagura is going to take us through the whole context of empowering rural inclusivity and innovation. I know our lunch is going to delay a bit, and after Kagura, if we're going to have some bit of time, we're going to get into the panel around AI developments. Okay, so here is just us trying to ensure that we fit within the time frames for the day and we get everything right. Hey, my sound guys, are you? If you're not, all right. Turn to your neighbor. Oh, sorry. Turn to your neighbor. 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 If you don't have a neighbor, get a neighbor. If you don't have a neighbor, get your neighbor. And just ensure that you're within arm's length with him. Just ensure that you're able to touch his or her finger. So can I see you pointing your fingers up? Yeah, all right. So one should be this way. All right, I see. So you're doing it right now. No worries, you're doing it perfectly. So right finger up, left finger this way, all right? So son, can you take your finger to the bottom of that gentleman? Yeah, that way. So can we? This way. This way is the script. This way is the script. So this way is the script. Yeah, I see Bosire. Bosire is the first gentleman I talked to today when I came here, so at least I know him. I see the sharp man, so he's getting right. So that's the clip. So let's see who is so much attentive. Huh? So when I get to 3, 2, 1, 0, try touch that finger. So let's see who misses it, all right? Okay, do we have some track in between? All right, the track is not coming. So 3, 2, 1, catch that finger. What's caught the finger? Aha, all right, let's try it again. Let's try it again, let's try it again, let's try it again, let's try it again. So 3, 2, 1, 0, that's it. Is there any person who has touched the colleague's finger? Anyone? Anyone? All right, let's see. That's your area, boy, that's your area, girl. So try get that finger, so 3, 2, 1 again. Let us pause, let us pause. Let us pause, let's just pause on to eat, let's just pause on to eat. So 3, 2, 1, let go. Any person who's touched the finger? Anyone? Oh, there's at the back. Oh, so only one. Okay, I have a gift for that. I'll wish it later. Thank you, guys. Let's have your seats. Thank you for obliging onto that. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. So let's go back into the gist of it. Let's go back to the gist of it. Allow me to call upon Kagura and Konge. I mean, let's look at it. We've talked about, of course, AI development. There's the whole acceleration initiatives, the policy, the emerging tech trends onto it. There's the whole infrastructure sharing and digital governance, as we had earlier on in the day. Let's probably now see what probably it takes to accelerate rural inclusivity and how probably this can be embraced through innovation. And to take us through this is now none other than Kaguria, Konge. Kaguria is the National Project Officer, dabbling in the country of Kenya and Nigeria for the International Telecommunication Union. I requested you earlier on, let's not tire up to clap for anyone who gets on stage. So can we give the great lady some thumbs up clap as she gets on stage? Thank you very much.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for inviting me here today. My name is Kagweria Mkonge. I support ITU in Kenya as well as in Nigeria. In Kenya, our efforts focus on connectivity as well as broader digital inclusion. And we achieve that through collaborative effort. So we don't work on our own. We collaborate with the government, particularly the Communications Authority of Kenya. We also collaborate with ITA and the Ministry of ICT as a whole. We're also doing a lot of collaboration with the UK DAP, UK Digital Access Program. I don't know if Charles is here or anyone from the UK government today. And we collaborate with the UK Digital Access Program partners because the UK government has a lot of local and international partners, of which ITU is an international partner. They also have a number of local partners in Kenya, and we collaborate a lot with those partners to deliver our work. And the approach that we take to address connectivity and broader digital inclusion is mainly a demand-driven approach, in the sense that we work with government, we identify the objectives and priorities of the government, and we plug in there. We support the government where the government needs us to support them. So that's the approach we take. Allow me to speak a little bit about this event today. I think that this is a fantastic event. I'm looking at Leonard here, and I'm very grateful that he invited me so I could be part of this fantastic dialogue. Because I think that such a dialogue is very important, in the sense that it helps us to come together and put our heads together to share our learnings, our experiences, our work findings, to see what has been achieved in the country so far, and what are the challenges, and what are the possible solutions to those challenges. Sometimes it even helps us to map, kind of come up with a roadmap on where we want to go, and even explore synergies. Because, for example, today I'm sure I'm going to meet quite a number of, of people here, of stakeholders that perhaps I didn't know before, and that can help us explore avenues of synergies so that we can achieve better. So definitely a lot has happened in the country regarding digital inclusion, as well as connectivity for digital inclusion. And it's important to recognize the steps or the strides that the country has made. A lot of it is being done by the government. For example, through the Universal Service Fund that previously has funded around 886 schools to receive connectivity, broadband connectivity. And the USF is doing much more, not just connecting schools. I know that the Ministry of ICT, ICTA, are currently, working on the Digital Superhighway initiative, which seeks to, expand the fiber connectivity to lay down, 100,000 more kilometers of fiber, as well as establish public Wi-Fi hotspots that can be used, to engage, for people to engage in the digital economy. So there's a lot that is happening, and it's important for us to recognize the strides that are being made. At the same time, it's important to recognize the challenges that are there, and ask ourselves, how can we better take advantage of the opportunities that are there in order to address those challenges. So allow me to tell you a small story. I'll take a different approach. I was listening to the discussions, and I thought maybe I should take a different approach to discussing inclusivity today. I wanted to tell you a story. Just allow me to tell you a story even though you're hungry. I won't take all your time. I didn't start my journey purely in technology. When I was younger, I seemed to have no, not much knowledge about what I wanted to do with myself, my career. I didn't know what I wanted. And so I was a bit confused when I was going to university. I didn't know what I wanted to focus on. But then I knew two things that I really wanted. I knew that I loved technology from when I was young. I also knew that I loved journalism. It seemed to me that doing investigative journalism was so cool that I wanted to become a journalist and, be doing some investigative journalism or be sent, in war-torn places where I can cover the stories. For me, that seemed very interesting. But I could not get a degree program that brought the two together, technology as well as journalism. But in the end, I found a program in Moi University that kind of allowed me to choose either information technology and then minor in journalism, or choose journalism and minor in information technology. And that's where I went, as you can imagine. And then after that, what happened to me, after university, I thought I liked technology more than journalism. So I worked for a software engineering firm. where we were building, applications and, systems for people. And then I thought like, okay, I need something that touches on people more than just building applications. So I moved to Uganda and I worked for an Italian NGO that was dealing with international development, but in the hospital space, like helping hospitals to be better, to do better, like in terms of capacity building, infrastructure, and all that. And then I still felt like I was lacking something. I still wanted to go back to technology. So I came back to Kenya and I did a master's in information systems security, focusing on cybersecurity and digital forensics at Strathmore. At the time I was working, I had gotten a full-time job also at Strathmore once I came back to Kenya, and that was on technology for development at iLab Africa, where I was focusing on technology in the education sector. And that's where I encountered a lot of, like I understood how technology can really be used to address, or to find solutions in the education sector and many other areas. But then again, I kind of like, because at the time I was doing technology for education, I got to work with refugees in Kakuma and Dadaab, because I had an initiative in those places where we were trying to widen access to tertiary education, but using technology. So I got to go to those places and I learned a lot about humanitarian work. And I began wondering, what's the difference between humanitarian work and development work? Because to me, the refugee scenario in Kakuma and Dadaab, to me sounded like a development problem, because the refugees have been there for so long, and I understand that humanitarian is supposed to come in for emergency, but it cannot be forever. We cannot be forever in emergency mode. If someone has been somewhere for more than, 5 years, I think we need to start thinking development. How can we help them better? So I went and did another master's in international development and public policy. You might wonder, why am I telling you this story? Today we're here, to discuss technology, but I'm telling you about my story that has, a lot to do with, some to do with technology, others not to do with technology. It's because it has kind of helped me, to learn something. Because people started asking me, including my own mother, so what exactly do you want with your career? You seem to be moving from here to there. Why don't you decide? Like, they expected me to follow a specific path, which I did not follow. But I learned something. For me, the different skills and experiences I acquired along the way, I describe them as a toolbox. The way you have a toolbox, and when you have something you want to do, or a problem that you need to use a toolbox to solve, you don't pick everything from the toolbox. You pick what you need from the toolbox and apply it to the problem. Tomorrow you may not need the same tool, you may need another one. So you go back to your toolbox and get the tools that you need for that other problem. And that's how I look at my skill set and my experience that is varied. And that's how today I can say that's what even brought me to support ITU in the work that we are doing, as it cuts across, different facets. Yeah. And what can we learn from this story? I think is, first of all, let's learn to challenge the status quo. Even as we deal with connectivity and digital inclusion, let's learn to challenge the status quo. It's essential to question the traditional way of doing things. Yeah. And by so doing, we open doors for innovation and unique solutions. So maybe there's a way we've done things, we've connected the unconnected, we've tried to reach the hard to reach people. But what more can we do? Are there new approaches or innovative ways that we can employ to reach those people better? So that's my challenge to you today. Also, the other thing I have learned from my experience is to embrace a non-linear path. Because what I learned from my friends and family is that they were expecting me to follow a linear path in my career, which I did not follow. And yet, it has worked. Yeah, somewhat. It has worked. Yeah. So we don't always have to follow a linear path. Conventional wisdom, at least during my school and early days, it favored a linear path. But today we know that an unlinear trajectory can lead to a richer experience and even more insights. Yeah. So let's encourage ourselves to think non-linearly, because that's what will help us to be more innovative in how we solve problems for ourselves, for our digital economy, and even for those people that we call hard to reach. For example, even when we talk about the hard to reach communities, we can think, are they really hard to reach? Or are we not being deliberate or intentional enough to reach them? Because there are those that are hard to reach, definitely. But there are others that are not necessarily hard to reach, but we've gotten used to calling them hard to reach, but we haven't thought whether can we be more deliberate in finding ways of reaching them. Yeah. So that's my challenge for you today. I like technology. I've realized, even after doing journalism and wanting to do investigative journalism, I love technology because I find technology important for solving problems, for critical thinking, because for you to solve problems, you must have critical thinking. But it's also for solving problems, thinking critically, but in an effective and efficient way. That's how I define technology. So when we think about that, then we see that technology inclusion is very important. Because if we exclude some people, then we are excluding them from being able to solve problems in an effective and efficient way. Yeah. So those that are excluded are unable to participate in the digital economy. Yeah. So we don't want to leave anyone behind in our efforts, and that's why we're here. If we wanted to leave people behind, each of us would be thinking about our own scenario, and there would be no point of coming together to exchange ideas on how we can connect better. Yeah. And so I would like to speak to some of the ways that from the ITU side, our work in Kenya has tried to address the issue of connectivity and broader digital inclusion. So I can say that today we are gathered here to celebrate the big and not so big wins, yeah, that we have achieved as a country. Yeah. And that's why it's important to recognize each of you that is doing a lot of good work. Afralty, a lot of capacity building, a lot of thought leadership is coming from Afralty. Mozilla, a lot of work coming from Mozilla. I can speak, I cannot name each one of you, but each one of you is here because you're doing a lot of good work to connect the unconnected, to make sure that digital inclusion actually doesn't leave anybody behind. So from the ITU side, we have collaborated a lot with the UK DAP, UK Digital Access Program in Kenya, as well as the Communications Authority of Kenya, and also as well as ICTA. And some of the work that we have done touch on, for example, institutional capacity. Institutional capacity mostly at the top level. So we target, we look at, for example, the National ICT Regulator, CA, and see where do they need our support? Where do they need us to come in and boost their capacity so they can regulate better, so they can do their work better, or they can connect the unconnected better. So for example, last year, from the ITU side, we developed a toolkit that we call the Financing Efficiency Toolkit, which is available online. I can always give the link for anyone interested. So the toolkit actually collects best practices from Africa and from around the globe in terms of how to design, to implement, to monitor and evaluate universal service funded projects. And so it serves as a blueprint for policymakers, as well as, for example, the Youth Universal Service Fund team at CA, to see how previous projects have been designed, whether they've been designed, in alignment with global practices, and how were they implemented, and how has monitoring and evaluation been done, and where can we learn, what can we learn from the global practices? So that's kind of institutional capacity in the form of tool development. And then also last year, the last 2 years, ITU conducted a collaborative regulatory case study. That case study is a series of case studies that have been carried around the world. So Kenya was one of them. So the purpose of the case study was to see how does this ICT regulator regulate. Yeah. Do they regulate collaboratively, yeah, with other regulators? Because ICT cuts across different sectors. And how do they regulate in collaboration with key stakeholders? And learning also from the key stakeholders, what do they think the national regulator can do to regulate better? Yeah. And one of them is definitely collaborative regulation. Having those discussions with the key stakeholders to see, to make sure that the collaboration actually includes ideas and inputs from the relevant key stakeholders in the industry. Another path that ITU has taken in Kenya in collaboration with UK DAP as well as government is research and baseline assessments to provide data, baseline data, that can be used to inform decisions and policy as well as regulation. One of them, of the assessments we did in 2021, was to assess the 886 schools that have been connected by the USF to broadband. The schools were selected across the country in different counties, and they were provided with broadband, and CA required us our support to go into those schools and see were they indeed connected by the ISPs that got the contracts to connect them. How is the connectivity working for them? And what are the challenges to sustainability? And what I can say from that study, the sustainability was a key challenge in the schools. Sustainability of the connectivity that was provided. We found that some of the schools did not even have a budget line allocation for that connectivity, meaning that once the USF team pulled out, once the seed funding was over, some of the schools had no plan for sustaining that connectivity, paying for the OPEX, for the operational costs of the connectivity. We realized that other schools also did not even have in mind, like they didn't understand what it means to sustain a connectivity. Some of them even were asking, so when you talk about sustainability, what exactly do you mean? What are the parameters we should be looking at? Yeah. So you realize that there's a lot of capacity building also that's needed. And even the idea of understanding why schools do not have a budget allocation for connectivity. So this I'm saying so that we see as we go into connecting either communities or schools to think, how can we help them think sustainability? Yeah. And also to realize that sometimes we're not on the same page. We may be talking about sustainability and someone else doesn't understand what it means to sustain a connectivity. What parameters should I be looking at? And in the process, we realize that even change management strategy is important. I know we've been connecting schools. I mean, I've heard about Giga connecting schools, government connecting schools. Huawei has been connecting quite a number of schools. And it's important because those schools need internet for them to be able to improve on learning and teaching. However, those schools also need a change management strategy. The implementers of those projects need to have a change management strategy to understand there's a day will come when our seed funding will end, and we'll have to leave this community or this school or this institution. How are we preparing the institution to take over when we leave? Yeah? Because that's where now the explanation of this sustainability and how the school can sustain itself, or whatever place we are supporting, how they can sustain themselves comes in that as we think about the change management. Then we are also carried out another study following that assessment, and that study was called Co-Creating Sustainable Operating Models for Connected Schools. Since we realized that sustainability of connectivity was a challenge, we thought, why don't we go into the schools themselves, speak to the school management, school boards, computer teachers to understand what are the challenges they face in terms of sustainability? Do they even understand sustainability? And what can be done to help them to sustain themselves? So that's another study that's coming up on co-creating. So the study is supposed to come up with models, new or innovative approaches that can be piloted in the connected schools to see how sustainability can be achieved. And if they work, then they can be replicated in other schools. And some of them actually include employing the community-led approach to internet connectivity, like community networks. Yeah? They're doing a lot of work in covering, in closing the digital gaps. So how can community-led internet come in to work with schools, so to ensure schools are connected? So there are many other kinds of work that we are doing in Kenya, including the assessment of last mile connectivity projects in Kenya. And we have a workshop to validate the results of this study on the 11th of October. If you're interested, let me know and we can plug you in. So I don't want to talk about all the work that we're doing. Those are some of the interventions that we have been carrying out. But to finish, since I don't have all day and I know you're very, very, very hungry, I would like to talk about some of the learnings that we have, the learnings from the work we have done in terms of connecting the unconnected or improving connectivity where it is not of good quality or reliable. We've realized that energy is we must think energy, because without reliable energy, then you cannot speak of meaningful connectivity. Some of the schools we spoke to, one of the main problems was unreliable energy source. So what solutions can we identify so that when we provide connectivity, we're also thinking energy, reliable energy. And then address capacity to ensure people are not left behind, even as we digitize government services and and rely more and more communication and using technology or working using technology. Do people have capacity? ITU is planning a study, the study is actually an initiative of the ICT Authority, but it's going to be carried with the support of ITU to assess national digital skills in terms of what are the gaps in demand, what are the gaps in supply of digital skills in the country. And then that can help us to, even the government can now be able, with that kind of data, would be able to say, okay, if stakeholders are coming into the market, can say, okay, these skills are not needed, but these other skills are really, really needed, or these stakeholders are already offering this, why don't you offer these other things? So that baseline is going to be very important. So address capacity, address the need for quality local content. Because for connectivity that we are offering, even with fiber, the purpose is to have meaningful connectivity. And meaningful connectivity will not be possible if we do not have relevant local content that is inclusive, even in terms of language. We know that Kenya, we have 47 counties, we have very many communities, very many languages, and it's not everyone who understands Kiswahili and English. And it's not, even when you go to Uganda, Tanzania, or other African countries, the scenario is the same. And that diversity also impacts national development. So it's important to think how inclusive we're being. And one of the ways we can think is in the local content that people can identify with. And then to recognize the role that persistent poverty plays in shaping people's ability to access and use the internet. So the need to address their ability to pay rather than their willingness to pay, because some people are actually not able to pay. It's not that they are not willing, but they are not able to pay. So what can we do, even as we're thinking of connectivity, data, fiber, what can we do to ensure that devices are affordable, internet services are affordable, and all that, yeah? And then to offer a strong value proposition for the internet. In as much as some people are actually not able to pay, there are others that are able to pay, but they are not paying for services. Yeah. Why? Perhaps because we haven't, if you talk to community networks, or as they're called, complementary access networks, they'll tell you sometimes they struggle with, people being able to people who are not able to pay for the service, and others who can pay, but they haven't yet begun paying for that service. But it's because perhaps we've not given them a strong value proposition that ties to their day-to-day needs, yeah, to their social needs as well. So if we give a strong value proposition, like I was thinking with the new curriculum, the CBC curriculum, parents are using a lot of data, yeah, because the kids come home with requiring a lot to use the internet. So if you're connecting a community and you're telling parents, this internet is going to help you, you won't need to buy data anymore. Yeah, this will help you it will tie to your needs. Yeah, your kids now can use this connectivity to do their homework, so you don't need any more bundles. Or maybe the bundles will be cheaper. Yeah, maybe we are Safaricom and we're saying the bundles for CBC will be cheaper for you if you enter this plan. Yeah. So then the parents see, oh yeah, okay, we can pay for this. So a strong value proposition that ties to the person's day-to-day needs can actually help them to hop on into the use of the internet. And then to finalize, to identify innovative approaches for sustainability. Yeah? And that's part of what we're doing at ITU. But I encourage each one of you to also think, even as you connect, as you think about fiber, how it can be extended, infrastructure sharing, data. Also to think of, sustainability. Always think sustainability. And the biggest lesson that we have learned in the work we're doing in inclusion and in digital inclusion, the biggest lesson I can leave you with today is the need to embed sustainability in project design. What we've noticed is that most of the time in Africa, we are thinking of sustainability after the project has been implemented. When we are stuck, we're like, okay, why are we stuck? Yeah? Then we think, oh, it's not sustainable because of ABC. But if we think sustainability from the beginning, then it may be possible to actually start projects that actually can be sustainable. One of the ways is to think needs assessment. First of all, is this needed in this place, or do they need something else? Yeah. Or we can go into baseline assessments that can help us to have evidence-informed design of projects. Then we can also do e-readiness. E-readiness assessments. Let's say we're going into a school to connect them. Do an e-readiness assessment. Think, where are they in terms of infrastructure, at the infrastructure level, in terms of, even sockets. Do they have sockets? Do they have tables? Do they have, where are they at? Maybe we can even put different, maybe level 1, 2, 3, yeah, and then rank them depending on the level where they are at. Yeah. Then look at capacity. Do they have capacity to sustain the connectivity we are going to provide? Some of the schools we found don't understand the technology jargon. So sometimes, or even simple troubleshooting, they are not able. So unless they have a computer teacher who knows what they're doing, sometimes you find a school has connectivity, but they've not used it for a very long time. They say, it doesn't work anymore, but you just go touch something and it works. Like, okay. Yeah, so to think, do they have capacity? Do they have champions even in those schools? Maybe like the heads. Yeah? Even when you go to a community, think the chief, the teachers, communities really revere teachers. Yeah? People that can be champions of connectivity, that can help people learn the importance of connectivity. Even once people embrace the importance of technology, they even protect your infrastructure. That's one thing I learned. I had gone to Kilifi to visit a certain complementary access network called Dunia Moja. And I learned that people once they embrace your project as their own, they protect it. They protect your infrastructure. You don't even need to worry. They'll be there for it. But if they don't understand or they don't even know what you're doing, then you're on your own. Then you keep losing your infrastructure. So let's think sustainability from the word go, embed it in the design. And then lastly, for real, to realize that we cannot achieve anything on our own. Yeah, you have your strengths as an organization, as a person also, and I have my strengths. Someone else has their strengths. You know, areas where they do very well. Yeah, that we may not do very well. Yeah, but when we come together as partners, as collaborators, we're able to achieve more. Yeah, so partnerships are important, even as we discuss digital inclusion. Yeah. So thank you very much. I couldn't share in details what we're doing, but in case anyone is interested, kindly let me know. I want to thank you all for listening to me and to thank Afralty again, Leonard, William, for your invitation and for making me part of this event.
Thank you. Probably maybe before I allow her to go, is there any question or a rejoinder? I'll pick one. Maybe we can use just 5 minutes to just see if at all any commentary, any direct cue, something that could be meaningful to the audience. Feel free. Is there a hand? I see hand, just one.
Thank you for that elaborate presentation. I especially liked your story. Not because I like stories, but you know, it made a lot of sense. So I just wanted to emphasize that part that you said at the end. You need to educate the community so that they take the projects as their own. I think that needs to be shouted louder, because there are people who also go, and I've seen this happening to schools. People go, they roll out Wi-Fi, they don't even involve the school management. Then when they leave, that's it. Yeah. So we just need to underline that, and for the people in the room, if you're going to have, initiatives like this, you must educate the community. The people in Fibre, they can tell you horror stories, how Fibre was unearthed, people thinking it's water. Thank you.
This gentleman really has the ghetto stories, all right? For those people who uproot thinking it's water. All right. Any other bit that probably she can get to respond on? All right. There are no female hands. It's only males raising their hands. Okay. Right. Let me give it to this gentleman this side.
Hello. I've really loved your toolbox analogy. And my question was, maybe when reaching the remote areas, maybe in areas when there's no fiber infrastructure, do you think technologies such as the free space optics, maybe like the one Elon Musk is introducing, the Starlink, the wireless connectivities, do you think in the long run they will be sustainable?
Will you? That?
I think sustainability is possible when we think about it from the ground up. Because there are many facets, or there are many sides of, there are many contributors to sustainability. And one of them, as we have said, is educating the community, involving the community from the ground up. Yes, the solution is for the community, but the community has to be involved from the ground up so that they can own the initiative and they can understand its value. And then, by community, I think, I don't just mean the community, maybe the Meru community where you've gone, or that village. Yeah? The village is very important, but when I think about Elon Musk, for example, I think of the community to be, even the Kenyan community, or the Ugandan community, like, it's our country, you see. So there's a solution that's coming from outside. So you need to get the buy-in of the country. You need to get the buy-in of the community. and the stakeholders as well, because we can't just look at it from one angle, because if we look at it from one angle, that would it be sustainable? Maybe if Elon Musk has the money, I mean, and he can inject that money into the project, probably it will work. But there are many other facets that are involved that can impact the sustainability of that project, that we cannot make a blank statement that yes, it will be sustainable. I think it all depends on even the needs assessment. You know, it all begins from the ground up, on how the project is designed from the ground up. That's what I can say.
Thank you so much. Mine is not really a question, but just a comment. I think I have identified with your story of our way of conventional thinking and our conventional ways of approaching things. And it has reminded me of towards the mid of this year, when the students were actually being picked for the university. A number of them, some of them my relatives and some friends, had straight A's. And we tried to convince them the reason why they should go to medicine. And they were so particular, they don't want medicine. They want to go computer science and data science. And ourselves, we were left with a whole issue of why would you like to go to this and this? And we had a whole thing, but eventually actually they went to computer science and data science. And I think the society that we are living in, apart from where we had come from and where we are right now, is a matter of trying to adapt to the situations that are really calling, and also the time that we also need to work together. One of the other things that is also arising is about the collaborative way of working. I think is a good way of working. To some ways, it might be a big disadvantage, especially to the startups when they are coming up. Maybe I'll give maybe some setup of some story sometimes back. We do applications for businesses. And one time we went to look for infrastructure, whereby one of the telco, who I will not mention, were actually meant to do the infrastructure. And we actually got them involved. When they came in, they actually came in and actually had to do everything, and they kicked us off the whole setup. So the collaborative may also be considered in a way that the startups are not disadvantaged to the extent. I know it's not easy to regulate such, but some characters need also to be worked on when it comes to such. Thank you.
That probably is the perfect way for us to probably transition up. Can we give some round of applause to the great lady? All right. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for that. I pick one last link from her presentation, and I think ideally that I connect it with a discussion area that I sat in during the Africa Climate Summit. And I don't know if that will make sense onto this, but I was just looking at it in terms of, okay, what could go extremely wrong if we don't take the conversation around building infrastructure to support the whole build-up around fiber. And let me relate it to the link whereby she was bringing in the element of linking tech to energy. On the energy bit was, what could go extremely wrong if we don't take initiatives geared towards mitigating climate change? So what could go extremely wrong if we decide to be cutting trees? Let me mix it up that with probably her approach. What could go extremely wrong if we decide not to put all emphasis and ideas around supporting fiber implementation and infrastructure build-up? Are you getting the connect? Is it too deep to think? Have I probably digressed? Can somebody hear me? Can I see who? Oh, people are lost. Leonard, I think maybe people's energies are out. They're looking for lunch and they want to bring you in a session. Let me take that again. Our great lady brought in the idea of, as we think about tech, can we also mix it up with a bit of energy, right? Did she say that? She did. Okay. Then I'm just bringing in an analogy here. So we are looking at all the possibilities of how we can build infrastructure to support fiber, right? So I'm just like asking, so what could go extremely wrong if we choose not to? Can I give an answer? So it means that people within the rural area setups, as we talk AI, do you know there are our children within the rural area regions who don't have still access to technology, who still don't have any ideas in terms of what AI is. So my answer, to just give you a cue, is what could go extremely wrong if you don't take serious measures around supporting fiber infrastructure. It means that there's still going to be a wide gap on the underserved regions, in that they'll still not have access to tech. So people in the urban centers will talk about AI, but when you go deep down into the rural area setups, they'll simply be asking us, hey, Kevin, so what's this AI? Something to ponder about. Let me go on to this. I will allow you to, or rather, I seek your indulgence and I seek your request. Just stay patient and to ensure that this particular panel that comes in here next will not feel like they're talking to themselves, but they'll get to feel like at least somebody's engaging us, all right? I want to bring in this particular session up. It's going to be our last session before we break in for lunch. Our lunch delayed, so we want to really ensure we make good use of this particular time. They're going to bring in the context around artificial intelligence, or rather AI developments, the whole idea around collaboration and policy. Collaboration really stood out in terms of one of the sessions that we've already had. Collaborate, collaborate, collaborate. And let's see what this particular session is all going to be about. Alphonse is smiling. I'll wish to call upon Alphonse Odhiambo, who is the President, Internet Society of Kenya, the Kenyan chapter. He's going to be the gentleman to lead us across this particular session. Can we give some round of applause and thumbs up to Alphonse as he comes on stage? And he's going to be our guide for this particular segment. Alphonse, thank you for stepping in. The podium is yours.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. I know it is a critical hour, but this is the best hour for us today. All right, my name is Alphonse, and I think this discussion has been really going on very well. And this is going to be the one to break you between the lunch and the knowledge. So I'll take this opportunity to thank Afalti and also to invite my panelists. I know they're around. And please, let us make it lively, right? Yes. So let me request Nyagatire Posire, please join us. If we have Leonard Deruti in the room. Bona Leonard. Right, we have Daniel. Thank you. And finally, you have Miriam. Great. And the last set of team is you. So I will involve you. All right, thank you very much, guys, once more. As I said, my name is Alphonse Odhiambo. I'm the president of Internet Society Kenya chapter. I'm also working closely with community networks. So if you heard about community networks being mentioned by IEEE, one of the people around there. So if you also want to learn more about that, please feel free to find me after this. Also, I want to say that this initiative that Afrati and Mozilla is doing is really quite important, because at the end of it, we are looking forward to connect and to increase the reduce the digital divide in our communities, and to improve how we access the digital assets. But things emerge, things come up, and now we are interfaced with artificial intelligence. We never knew this maybe some years ago, but today it is a critical point that we cannot let go. So I'm joined by very good experts in this area, and I think we are going to discuss more on how artificial intelligence is shaping our digital economy in terms of when we talk about connectivity, fiber, last mile connectivity that ITU is working on. So my senior team, I normally call you senior because I'm not here to stand in between you and the knowledge. But what I need, I know that you have a wealth of knowledge, even from the presentation that we have earlier on. It was full of experience that you have. And let me just start by giving you a chance to introduce yourself, what you are doing. I'll start from ladies first.
Thank you so much, Alphonse. Apologies if I sound like I've swallowed a frog. I'm battling a flu, but this was a very important conversation to me. My name is Miriam Beatrice. I work with an organization called Paradigm Initiative. Paradigm Initiative is a Pan-African non-governmental organization. We are HQ'd in Lagos, Nigeria, but I lead our work in the East African region. It's a pleasure to be here and to see you, Alphonse. I didn't expect to find you here, but it's a good chance to see you, and I'm looking forward to having a fruitful conversation. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Sorry about that. Once again, I'm Daniel Geshuke, CEO of the Discovery Center, where our mission is to stir innovation. We build capacity in children up to 18 years, and also Discovery Labs, a software company, and we have our flagship product, imla.io. We focus on AI in the area of speech recognition.
It's good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Nyagitari Bosire. I work for Safaricom. For those in the room, I don't think Safaricom would require a lot of introduction, but for those who are joining us from outside the country, Safaricom is both a mobile service or network provider, fixed. We've done great strides in bridging the gap in the area of financial inclusion. One of the speakers who came before has actually already mentioned a lot of what we are doing around M-Pesa and the M-Pesa ecosystem. But this particular kind of discussion, largely we are delivering quite a number of projects in the area of connectivity as we power down to actually reduce what we call the digital divide, ensuring that many of those who are unconnected and underserved are actually brought into access for these very vital technologies. Thank you.
Right, thank you very much, my senior panelists. I think now we at home with everyone. We have Safaricom in the room, we have AI, we also have Paradigm Initiative, and this is a very diverse set of skills that I think we are going to explore together in this topic. Maybe just to start with, now that we have Safaricom in the house, I think all of us knows what Safaricom is doing in the space. And being the champion of, let's say, how the digital economy has been growing in Kenya and even outside, what is the current trends that you are seeing in the AI development?
All right. When you talk about the current trends in AI and maybe trying to draw some relationship onto the area of connectivity. So some of the key things that, maybe one or two things so that also my panelists can also chime in. We see a lot of use in the areas of, say, network planning, where a lot of data traditionally is required to make decisions that are based maybe on customer usage behaviors, issues to deal with outages, development of softwares that allow for self-healing of networks. But a very big portion is that for some of you know, operating networks is a very, I can say it's labor intensive. We see there are opportunities and some that are already being harnessed in how we can actually reduce the amount of labor that goes into some of this work. So just looking at the aspect of automation in carrying out some of the tasks that engineers have to run, supported by process such as robotic process automation, looking at moving towards things like zero-touch provisioning, and many areas around just how we optimize our networks. Because traditionally, you can imagine, if you have, I would say like 400,000 connected homes, for instance, looking at all that information that you collect in a day, or usage pattern, looking at some aspects of how you would engineer that kind of traffic. So you find that some decisions will take quite a bit of time to arrive at, but using and deploying some of the new advancements that we see in AI, then you are able to get a lot of decision support in implementing some of this. Just to say about a bit. Thanks.
Great, thank you. Thank you very much. I think that is very nice elaboration. And also just looking at currently how maybe the connectivity is evolving, especially at the last mile. And seeing how data is also growing, because whenever we extend into different communities, the volume of data that we are processing also maybe over the fiber is getting to be huge. How do you see, Daniel, how do you see this also promoting like the digital inclusion, and how can you use data as a tool to promote or to reduce the digital divide in our communities?
Thanks. Okay, yeah, I think we are on. Allow me to answer you by giving a story, okay? Because these guys are hungry. Maybe if I give a story, it will entertain them a bit. Back in 2015, I think it started in 2013, the move to digital broadcasting, isn't it? When Honorable Matiang'i was the Minister of Information and Communication and Broadcasting, and he really drove it. Before then, the content that used to be consumed was largely, I actually think it was largely Western, wasn't it? It was from abroad, and possibly some Mexican soap operas. Yeah, then in came digital broadcasting, and now we had broadcasting in vernacular. All of a sudden, my grandparents now were watching TV. Okay? And they would even watch programs, because they were farmers, they would watch programs that would educate them about modern farming techniques. They were dairy farmers, and what to look out for your cow in a language they understood. Okay? So now, it isn't the work of agricultural extension officers, but generally, I had grandparents who are more educated and more on top of their stuff. They used to grow macadamia. They had macadamia trees that all of a sudden they realized, aha, so that's how much they go in the international market. We should not take these things for granted. And this is where we are going, because infrastructure is great, but infrastructure is an enabler. What is going to what is going to really bridge that digital, to bring that digital inclusivity is us as entrepreneurs, as tech people, bringing solutions that actually address our problems in the best way we know how to. For my grandparents, they talked in the language they understand. So all of a sudden, they were even watching, TV more during the evening. Rural electrification, it played a big role in making this thing come to pass. Zero rating solar, okay? So where we had a lot of solar deployments. So all of a sudden, you didn't have to use, kerosene to see at night. You could power a TV, you could power this and that, okay? So these are initiatives that government have taken, but we as tech people have to ask ourselves, government has done this, so what is it that we can do to meet that problem and address it? And funny enough, some of these things can actually be monetized. You know, sometimes we think and we just want to think from a global perspective, but sometimes you have to think on a micro perspective. Yeah. As I end, a good example is ride-hailing taxis. So you have big players like Uber and Bolt in Kenya. But you go to Nakuru, Kitale, you have Wasili cabs. Yeah? Very local, addressing the issues there.
In your own opinion, let's say from the Safaricom perspective and also in your own opinion, do you think we have started looking around action to make AI we are trying to address this digital divide in the bigger picture, especially to connect the unconnected? I'll start with you.
Yeah, so good question. And first I'll say maybe my general comments, because you said in the context of, say, Safaricom, we've seen quite a number of initiatives from government in trying to bridge what is the digital divide. The Kenya Digital Acceleration Program, which is a flagship project of the government, actually looks at deploying 100,000 kilometers of fiber, 25,000 hotspots, and I think 1,450 village, they call the digital innovation hubs. And how I see this, so trying to our currently underserved or unconnected first to be covered, because the foundation of actually taking advantage of all this technology is you first have to be connected. Being connected to the story. So in addressing that first bit, then we see now the opportunities opening up to those who traditionally, without the connection, will not be able to start experiencing some of the new things that you're seeing. So on the next level, what then these people do, maybe many of the times we get confused that people in maybe not urban or rural areas would need different things. I don't think that is the case now. I think both in urban and in rural, if you look at it in terms of demographics, the needs are kind of, they're very similar. It's only that some people will be disadvantaged, yeah? And we saw that during COVID, where you find city schools going on with online learning and all other schools actually staying at home. So once that bit is actually bridged, that now everybody has access to information. So things like communicate. So you find that a lot of these content for actually understand very good command of English. But as one of the fields in artificial intelligence and natural language processing, if you can speak your language, you don't have to know English. Transcription, you can get translation. And somebody who traditionally first did not have connectivity, now they have. Second, AI is able to deliver to them content in a language that they understand without them having to go to a language. It is now starting to happen. The other level now is in terms of how then do you grow? And by collecting this data, then with proper insights coming from this data, using your key machine learning algorithms and all, then you can actually now start to appreciate what other things you can actually do within these communities, or what other services, or even better planning. I don't know if there are anyone from the government departments that do planning, the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics, whoever does imagery, and all this information gathering. So it becomes now possible to continue to inform planning in very many other aspects. And also allowing businesses now to get some real concrete insights coming from data to advise a lot of the business decisions that they make. As it sits today, a lot of business decision is built on gut feel because data does not exist. It doesn't exist because people are not connected. So we try to come out of this thing of these are ways to do it. Trust me, I'm making the right decision, to actually being heavily reliant on making data-led decisions built on some very concrete insights that you get from the data.
Daniel, do you have anything on that?
Yeah, I can add to what Nyabitari has said. It's interesting how times change. 20 years ago, if I called line 100, I needed someone to talk. That is the way I knew I have been helped with my Safaricom line. I had a very nice Nokia 3310, very expensive, top of the range. Had all the features, including the game snake. Anyway, but I needed to call line 100. Today, I'm using my Safaricom app. I'm using ZuriBot. Okay. They know my habits. They know my habits of calling. They know how much I spend. They know. So when Zuri is responding to my questions, they are very accurate. These are the changes that are happening. So just talking about what I'm seeing happening. But as you rightfully said, AI solutions will cover lot of issues that, you know, we face on a day-to-day. Yeah? Anyone from Liberia in the room? Anyone from Liberia? Okay. One of the things I noticed in Liberia is that the levels of literacy are not high. You know, here in Kenya and generally in East Africa, we have taken things like literacy for granted. People know how to read and write. But you go to Monrovia, and someone would ask me, please fill for me the airport entry card. And in as much as, so I'm taking Liberia as, you know, as just one use case. But you realize now you can talk and it gives you text, or you can do reverse. You upload then text to speech and talks to you. So why, for someone who does not know how to read and write, why should they be embarrassed? They need their dignity. Yeah? And they're able to do the one or two few things. Okay? And these are the solutions. And as Nyagitari rightly said, there's a lot of commonalities between, you know, the rural folk and the urban folk. But these solutions will traverse across. Yeah. And actually now we're just starting. It's not exhausted. If you look into the future, if you look at what the researchers are looking at into the future, 15 years to come, I mean, it will be something else. Yeah.
Nice, thank you very much. I think this is a very, I don't know how much time we are supposed to spend here, but I think this is a very good conversation, because at the end of it, AI is like we are looking into the future. And when you looking into the future, sometimes we must be very critical in the way, you know, we address such issues, because they affect even the grand and the grandchildren to come. So we might be thinking about them in absentia. But I also think about the readiness in terms of framework, policy. Of course, it is something that is growing, but do we have a kind of a regulation, especially when maybe we can narrow it down to the connectivity, last mile, and the fiber optics, you know, aspect, where we need to have some kind of regulation. And you know, you talked about accountability when you deal with AI. We can't be accountable if we don't have very good kind of standards that exist. What do you think? Is it something that is achievable, and how? You can, it is an open one, everyone.
Okay, so in terms of, you've mentioned readiness, I've picked readiness, and I was really excited to come and, I enjoyed your presentation, by the way, but there's a new study, I think it was released still by Oxford, in terms of AI readiness. I was reading it sometime in February, and we've actually gone a few slots down in Kenya in terms of AI readiness, and even in Africa. So in your presentation, you said we were 4th place in Africa. Yeah, we've gone lower. Now we're in 5th place and 90th place globally out of all the countries. So it's, in as much as we're celebrating and we're having these conversations, I wanted to point out that AI readiness aspect that Alphonse has brought up.
Okay, maybe I'll just also chip in, and maybe starting from the last comment, I was to also say something about Safaricom. Yeah. And it's good my panelist here has mentioned that. I saw that also, that we've gone down. And maybe not to frighten anyone, is that majority of the, okay, let me just take one back. If you are to actually look at in how many of the applications used today that AI is already being integrated, you might be shocked. Maybe not to the extent to which we would wish, but at least starting. If you go to banking, there are a lot of machine learning algorithms already in play. If you go into insurance, if you go to anyone who's doing lending on credit scoring, If you go to anywhere where you get recommendation, and I know most of us on Netflix, I know Dan talked about local content, but we also do appreciate international content. Anytime you're told that if you watch this movie, then we felt that this movie might interest you, all those are machine learning algorithms. So maybe as a country, what I do believe is that a lot is happening, but not so much has actually been reported in the context of trying to capture each and every of the initiatives. But having said that, maybe one of the things that you'll notice in terms of, say, front-facing systems, like we talk nowadays of, if you talk of chatbots, for instance, you call, previously BPO and contact centers were the in thing, where you had to get quite a number of people. If you're serving a market that is English speaking, you'd want to get people who can speak really good English, so that whoever who's calling, because you've done your business process outsourcing, the contact center type service is already offshore, maybe not in Europe, in Africa. So you'd have a big room with very many people. You see nowadays that you start getting things like chatbots. So you log in, you're actually communicating with a program, which is a computer running a lot of machine learning at the back, trying to fully appreciate what your problems are, looking at your interactions for whatever service that was, the last time maybe you had a failure, the last time you got a loan, and all these kind of things. The same for voice. You don't have to speak to somebody. There's interactive voice responses that even lead you all the way to making very key kind of decisions and executing some actions. So all these things are actually happening, and I'm saying this because many of you use Safaricom services. You've seen we have chatbots, we have IVR, we have the global recommender, where when you log on, you get recommended for some bundles. You don't know how we do that, but it's because you just see, we can check your usage pattern, and you get a recommendation. And it's actually very specific to you as a person. So what we call the segment of one. Arriving at that segment of one, then definitely you need a bit of data, and you need a lot of these machine learning kind of algorithms to help us to make this kind of recommendation. So these are things that are happening. I'm just giving some that you actually do interact with them. You might not say that this is artificial intelligence. And I like giving an analogy. When you fly, the plane has a pilot who's a captain. He has an assistant who's a first officer. Some have even a second flight officer. But nobody sits in the plane thinking that this is now all artificial intelligence, because all these systems are fly-by-wire. There's a computer that flies the plane, the pilot flies the computer, and then there's autopilot and all these kind of things. So these technologies actually exist in the way we address our lives today. You might not see them, but they are helping us do quite a lot of stuff. Thank you.
I think just to add on that, with regards to readiness, you mentioned chatbots, and you can imagine how they've changed the business model for companies that whose sole business activity was business personal outsourcing, particularly call centers. You can imagine how that has changed. And I think what we need to be asking ourselves is that in your career, in your job, what tasks can AI replace? And just think about that, because if it's not happened, it's going to happen. How is it going to change? And be adaptable. Because readiness comes along with adaptability. The truth of the matter is that we cannot regulate innovation. But at the same time, we have to be adaptable, because this is going to happen. So we have to ask ourselves, how are businesses going to change? Do I need somebody to actually pick the phone? Okay. Do I need to have a lot of things done by machine, and I can sit at the back and be easy? So we must do that so that, number one, if you're running a business or you're in a position where you're responsible for business, you're able to take advantage of the technologies, to lower the cost of production for whatever you're doing, and also to have high efficiency. You can reach more people. Yeah, you can reach more people. You can reach your customers better. Yeah, and in a language that they can actually understand as well. Yeah, I think that's it.
All right, thank you. You have a comment?
And I like to draw my comment from the earlier panel when we had a discussion on infrastructure sharing. And I know we talked largely around regulation that is required to support infrastructure sharing. When I move back and ask myself, the ultimate goal for the common good is actually to have each and everyone connected. And I was reading some article, there are several billions of people who are actually underconnected in Africa as it sits today. Undeserved markets, areas. Some have been kind of branded because of our biases from a business perspective that might not be an opportunity or prospect for connectivity, but largely because of the type of costs that go in. And I think from the earlier panel we had how much it costs to do the civil works, about 50%, 60% upwards in laying fiber. And I think maybe the big question we need to ask ourselves, now that we're in the fiber optic summit, is if you look at it in terms of collaboration from an industry perspective, on the aspect of collaborative planning, design, and rollout, and how then do you use a lot of the data, be it GIS kind of information that addresses maybe that market that you want to cover, come together as partners and drive a very, I would say, efficient way of doing that rollout. If your fiber is closest to an area, then you become kind of the provider who's best placed to cover, and then you can do cable swaps. All that information that is collected from all the different angles, either they are business data points, individual data points, and all, we can make very good strides by using artificial intelligence to help us crunch this data, build the insights, allocate clusters, and then at the end of the day, still run a very profitable business. But I tend to believe there's some level of maturity that is still required in as much as competition is concerned, so that we can leverage some of this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Just to connect from with what we just said lastly, in the previous panel, we had the discussion around infrastructure sharing also, and some of the things that were coming out was like, there is a threat that when ISPs share this infrastructure, if you have a bigger muscle, you can be able to throw the other one out of the market. But again, looking at it at the point of data sharing and using this data to know if I'm going, let's say, to Turkana, do you have a data that shows that there is already existing an ISP in Turkana that can be used to tap, maybe to connect the Turkana community? And how can we use maybe AI or come up with a framework of sharing all this data to shape the way we avoid duplication of data, of infrastructure, repetition, a lot of things, but just to have a clear way in which, if it is a matter of fiber, we have data that inform, like in this area, this is the kind of coverage, in this area, we have this kind of coverage, and then that data can be used to inform the decision that ISPs and even the regulators can use to, even issue of the licenses. What is your take on that? Daniel.
Take it first. I tend to believe the first approach is when Engineer Obama was here, he talked about the open data sharing framework. that had been initiated initially, but it took a few moments before it kind of just was shut down. So I think we need to start from that perspective of what framework actually would support this kind of information sharing. But by saying this, knowing too well that when you start looking at connectivity, you actually are selling availability. So if, as an operator, I'm in an area where nobody else is, for me that becomes immediately competitive advantage. So if I arrived in Turkana first, before any of my panelists, for instance, if you're in competition, then I have no motivation to share anything with them, because why would I want to invite them, yeah, to my cake? You get? So if the benefits of sharing the information, assuming I'm getting less taxation, and I don't know if we invited KRA, if I'm getting less taxed for deploying an open access kind of infra, then the benefits start looking more than maybe the disbenefits of sharing that information and of having a kind of an open door policy to my competition that we can come in and build this network together. And it becomes now an issue of differentiation at a service level, not availability. All of us are available in Turkana. What is it that you can offer over and above what I'm doing that will make customer A come to you and customer B go to the other person, irrespective of the means by which they access the service? So it starts becoming more of a service discussion, yeah, than an availability discussion where whatever the service I have, since people have no option, they still have to use it. So I think for me that framework will be very important, and maybe over time, businesses will start realizing that maybe the benefits of sharing are far much more than the disbenefits of sharing this kind of information, and maybe some of the mandated sharing discussions that our colleagues from CA had mentioned earlier, from an industry perspective, utilization of masts, which are really maybe passive, maybe using of the fiber, optic, cable swaps for dark fiber, which are still passive, maybe to go all the way into active equipment where you can actually do share services like what you see. I don't think if you go to London today, where there's British Telecom, who rolled out fiber in the 40s, or copper ADSL, that you'll be allowed to dig. So it's mandated sharing. You'll be told go to British Telecom, and they'll give you a service called unbundled local loops. And you'll use that service, and their communications authority will be able to determine fairness, because they'll check the service that British Telecom is giving to their customers vis-a-vis what they're giving to the other people. So you start noticing kind of now the industry kind of oscillating around the areas of being open in sharing infrastructure, in sharing data, and competing at a service level.
Maybe just to add on that, from an AI tech perspective, it's pretty simple. It's 3 layers, okay? At the bottom layer, you have data sets that you need to train your AI models that will make the decisions. At the middle layer, you have the AI logic. These are the models that make all the decisions. On the top layer is the service layer, the service that you're extending to your customers. Now, at the end of the day, so the people, for most people, and Engineer Bam put it very well, you know, they brought up this and they said we need to think about this, and in a record time they were shut down. Yeah? But this is why CEOs of very big companies are being brought you know, to meetings that possibly are not very unsavory, okay? Because they've held on to the data, okay? At the end of the day, the game changer will be the service. What service you provide? Because logic is there, okay? The data sets are there. Mozilla is doing a fantastic job with Common Voice, okay? But your service, what is this that you're doing for your customer that your customer chooses to be with you? Take for instance, today there's, cooking oil. You have a personal preference, I have a personal preference. But there's some that my cooking oil, I believe this one, it contributes a lot. In fact, it is heart-friendly, it's friendly to my heart. And I'll give you all those emotional, attachments that I have to the cooking oil that I use, okay? We need to look at AI solutions in that way. So that if I have a data set, and indeed we do need regulation, as he said, in the same way that there should be incentives to share, to share infrastructure. There should be incentives as well to share data, okay? Because it costs to get these data sets. Yeah. And the differentiator actually is in the service.
So just synthesizing the conversation, I'm trying to tell that AI will be a very good deal if we add it also in the OFDS, just to help us in even how we are going to shape the open data sharing policy or framework. But again, there are things that comes up with that when we collect data, we share this data. The ethical issues that are also arising, and I think this is also attached to even the Data Protection Act, how data is being handled versus how ethical AI is using handling this data. So I think this is something that we can also look at as with respect to the connectivity part of it. Do we think there is kind of ethical standards obeyed in the way we handle data in AI? And if not, is it something that we also need to look at when we're thinking about the framework? Miriam.
Thank you. I particularly like that question because I am aware there's a framework around AI ethics that was, I forget the year, but there's a framework around that. Are institutions and particular big tech companies, adhering to the ethics around AI? Absolutely not, especially in this part of the globe, the global south. Recently, there was a lot of buzz around how ChatGPT was using, Kenyans and Ugandans to collect, because there's no AI without data. And where do you get data? That's where people come in. And so there's a lot of conversation around labor laws, how in as much as big tech companies are making billions of dollars in terms of profit, the people who are, providing information, or rather the data providers, are getting nothing or very little of it, and we are not having the conversation enough. So in terms of the ethical issues around labor laws, in terms of how we are getting this data to build up on AI, needs to be looked into, because there's a lot of disparity in that area. So I would say absolutely not. There's been frameworks around it to try and carve or rather just fill up that space, but that's just it. There's in terms of the real issues, we're not tackling the real issues in terms of people who are actually providing the data and the data sets to build up on AI systems. And that's just one. I could go on and on and on and on. Yeah.
Daniel, you have some?
Yeah. I think science fiction movies have done a very good, have done very well in educating us how technology can go wrong. If you look at movies, even from 1960s, they have this science fiction where things can really, really go wrong. And we do need this, but I think it needs to be enforced. And as she has rightfully said, the big data the big companies, the really huge companies. We had WorldCoin here sometime this year, and I saw somebody saying that, you know, that money ran out. Now we want to scan the nose. That's just on a light note, guys. Yeah, but we do need that enforcement so that people are not taken advantage of. So the issue of ethics, and ethics goes along with accountability. Because the way tech is, the difference between humans and tech is one. Technology is very good at obeying rules, okay? You tell it, if you meet this, you do this. It will always do that. Right, do not walk on the grass. Human beings will crisscross through the grass, okay? But it also gives us the ability to make very complex decisions when the variables are changing very quickly and, you know, they are very fluid. You're able to make, and for the same reason why one would think by now self-driving cars would be everywhere on the road. But you put a self-driving car on Nairobi roads, particularly not on this Wayaki way. Go to places where there is more chaos, and it will not be able to just comprehend the number of variables, okay? So, and you know, if a self-driving car is not able to take a decision to save lives, it will mean that there could be fatalities, okay? So, the issue of ethics and accountability is very, very serious. And as you rightfully put it, the standards, they're there, but they need enforcement. Yeah, they need enforcement.
They need enforcement. And that enforcement need to be documented somewhere, either as a framework, a policy framework, right? And I think, according to my own opinion, it will also be enforcement based on different stakeholders coming together, you know, to, you know, shape the conversation and rightly put the right content on the right guide for implementation of AI. Especially if you look at the way AI is being deployed, I don't think that we always look at the margin between people with high level of digital literacy versus those who really do not have, and how they consume different, the same service at different, you know, disparity of knowledge. So also just looking at that, as much as we are trying to, you know, connect and reach the remotest areas in the villages, we also need to carry this kind of, you know, conversation. As much as we are bringing Safaricom near to you, you know, we can do everything with bundles, but and you're collecting all this data and, you know, giving suggestions. Are they really understanding why? Do they really know that you're using their information on that case? But I think it is a conversation that can go on and on. But ladies and gentlemen, I also want to open this to the floor so that you, if in case you have a question, you have a concern around AI, please feel free to raise your question to the panelists.
I have a question about large language models in particular. So that not just machine learning in general, but the new generation of AI built on large language models, which require massive computing power to implement, and have been, you know, mining data all over the internet because under the principle of fair use, under copyright, that they should be allowed to do it, and are generating content that in many cases looks very similar to you know, the original content that they're producing. So my question is, because of the resources needed to build these large language models, you know, is the current generation of AI sort of a vehicle for the concentration of power, and how can a country like Kenya, you know, defend itself against OpenAI, you know, or building very expensive proprietary business models around AI to, to provide services that will become ultimately extremely hard to compete with. So what does Kenya do to position itself in that environment?
Probably we could have that rejoined as we pick one other question. All right, sure.
Good afternoon. I have a question directed to Safaricom. About 10 or so years ago, there was a big customer care service center that was set up at the river. And now you have interactive voice and you have chat box. So I'm interested to know what happened to that whole infrastructure. There was a whole big hype about it that time.
All right, let me take this last one, and then we'll need to wrap it up within 10.
Not really a question, but a bit of some concern. When it comes to AI, I remember sometimes back we went to do some demo for some application for some customer. And one of my colleagues actually put it he actually asked the panel that was there, what are the programming languages that you know? And one of them actually shot up and said, it's actually English and Swahili. And everybody was like, what are you talking? Okay. And we were able actually to sort out within. My issue is on the AI. We might be talking of an animal that is hard, first of all, to describe. And during, he has mentioned about the word coin when it came up. And I remember there was some news that was done by one of our stations. And I actually asked some households that where we were, what is AI? And everybody was trying to figure out what exactly it is. And this could be an animal that is not well maybe communicated or well broken down to the extent of who will be interacting with it, and more so when it comes to designing the digital economy of this country. As he has put it, the way we should think about it on shaping the local digital economy. I think that one of the concerns that should be there.
Is it an animal? That gentleman right there alluded to the area boys. So is it an area boy? Anyway, we have 10 minutes so that we get to wrap this up. So please, over to you, panel.
I can start. Thank you very much for the questions. I completely agree with you that a lot of what we are seeing around AI is a pick and peel of what has of what has been around the internet for the longest, which is worrying. And I'll even show you how. If all of you Google beautiful babies right now, you'll see most of what will come up are white babies, and you wonder, are black babies not beautiful? And so that's just a reflection of I can see some of you picking your phone to, to just confirm. What I'm trying to allude to is that the biases that have always been there for the longest, we're coming to an age where we're just transferring them to these systems. And by the way, AI is not an animal. It's just computer systems that ideally are, or will be doing things that originally human beings would do, like translation, speech, etc. So what that does is that we instead of dealing with the biases that have always been there, and I'm talking social, political, economic biases that have always been there, we're just transferring them onto this AI-powered systems and technologies, etc. So this is to just agree with you that is what has been happening. I liked your question. How do we position ourselves as a country? In this AI space? I think part of it is ensuring that we are part of the creators and not the users. Because there's a lot of conversation about transfer of data. So just ensuring that you're part of the conversation on the decision-making table, creating AI systems, African AI systems for Africans, Kenyan AI systems for Kenyans. So as opposed to waiting and all the technology being transferred to this part of the world, we need to be creators, and I know we have brilliant minds, and we're already seeing some of that. So that will be one. Number two, I think we need more legislation around, just protecting ourselves against the big techs, so that, and we are a powerful jurisdiction, we create laws and we can implement things like WorldCoin. You can't come to our country and collect, our eyeballs, and we let you go for free. So what are we just creating legislation powerful enough to protect our people? Of course, there are other things that my good panelists will talk about. So I wanted to comment on that. Thank you.
So I'll leave you to comment about Safaricom. The AI concern, the gentleman there. I think one of the things we need to do, even as we talk about internet safety, we need to educate our people about AI. Because generally, as Africans, we are spiritual, isn't it? We can't deny it, we are spiritual. So when you see something suggesting to you things that you wanted, you wonder, this is it, this is God. So we need to educate people so that people are able to think. Because if you think about it, what is this that, and there is, when you talk about misinformation, disinformation, AI can be used to just direct you that way. We saw that happen with Cambridge Analytica, didn't we? In the Trump issue in the US. Okay, so we're not far from it. Okay, so I think, and our colleagues from CA, possibly we need to drive this a bit more aggressively, educating the masses about AI. That indeed AI is not witchcraft, but it studies your behaviors. So also you don't put each and everything of yours on the net so that it does not master you. Because eventually what happened, and there was a movie that came out some years back about a small robot that lived in a world where everyone had been taken captive. It was called, I think, Wall-E, something like that. We need to maintain our thinking capacity. Okay. I know most of you have children who, when they have a question, they want to ask Google. They don't want to think. We need to encourage that thinking. So, can we start teaching these children on that? On the issue of processing power, this is a huge one. This is a huge one because even us, in the development of our application, I mean, so you have to pay for server space that has high processing power, a lot of memory. The server is sitting in the US, is sitting in France. This is a limitation for us who are developing solutions in AI. It is a cost that we have to take, so you have to really shop around to see what is going to help you possibly start as you pay as you go, but when you reach a critical mass of users that it doesn't make sense doing pay as you go, then you move to another provider. But the long game, we will need to have our own data, our own computing providers here in the continent, and selling this service to us. And you're actually able to harness economies of scale and bring the computing power as a service at a lower cost. So this is a big issue for us. I can tell you it's tough because we really don't have someone we are depending on. Government has not set this up. But I think with time, as we pick it up, we are going to have this locally.
All right, thanks. I'll start with the last one, and then I'll finish with the Safaricom one. I thought you'd pick the Safaricom one. And I think, Steve, to your question, very good question. And you're starting to notice, like in Kenya, the government actually being on the forefront of kind of incentivizing the big corporates that are actually leading that particular space. So you saw initially we first got the first development center, Microsoft Development Center outside Europe into the third world in Kenya. That was the ADC set up by Microsoft. Then closely followed by Google, who also set up a development center in Kenya. And yesterday, you saw AWS launching their own development center here in Nairobi. So if you look at it in terms of those big providers who traditionally everybody would run to, they've kind of established that the Kenyan market provides some, I would say, skills that are not readily available in very many places. Based on that, then we start as a country taking that portion of being a creator rather than a net consumer of technology. The second one, if you look at it in terms of then how do we ensure that we don't actually also get drained, as Daniel has said, concerning the resources that we need for this. The two twin aspects, one of the data sovereignty and residency, where some legislation actually demand that some certain amount of data will still carry the Kenyan citizenship badge, and that data must be local. So you've seen companies like Microsoft, who traditionally would send you abroad to their data centers, starting to deploy a part of their cloud solutions in country, what they call the Azure stack. You see people like AWS following in swiftly, where they host many governments or government information, deploying in country what they call the outposts. So this is kind of trying to bring back onshoring what we are offshoring into the country. And I think largely around now the engagements between some of these providers, then there must be some benefit to the local people in terms of where data is generated, so that we don't ultimately produce, just become consumers of data and pay for the high cost of where this data is hosted. The second, the last question I think was around the data center, the contact center. But before I answer that, there was a question around AI. And what we just need to notice is that AI is an interdisciplinary field. So there are quite a number of things under AI. So starting from your computer vision, where you are seeing we have driverless cars. So when people start seeing cars driving themselves, like the cases you saw in Los Angeles in the US and many other cities in the US. So that area of computer vision is a very big one, and it's helping a lot in terms of how we are developing in AI. I talked about natural language processing, where you don't have, all of us must not speak one language to understand each other. You can actually speak your local language and you get translation. We have the field of robotics and many others that actually help in that area of AI. Finally, to the question that was directed at Safaricom, and I'd like to bring, I don't know how many of us know Martin Ford. Martin Ford is a futurist, and he's written a couple of books. One of the books that I've read that I really enjoyed, being a technology enthusiast, is called The Rise of the Robots, Technology and a Future of Mass Unemployment. If you can grab that book, please read it. It talks about all these things we are discussing here, together with the ethical issues that we've discussed. And he positions and said he sees a future where a huge percentage of the jobs that exist today will actually be done by robots. And robots, not physical robots. You can have software robots and even the physical robots. And if you look at it in terms of the question that my friend asked, the whole idea about automation and some of the discussions we are saying, we are positioning here, is that there's some aspect of work that can actually be replaced and done by robots. But there's work that cannot. For instance, if you look at the software robots that we've talked about, chatbots, if, for instance, any mundane repetitive task must be automated, you build a robot, there must be somebody to build the robot. So it's kind of freeing up resources from doing one type of job that can be easily, kind of mundane, repetitive, follow a particular kind of sequence, very process-driven, with known inputs and very well expected outputs. Then that job is automated. But it allows you to actually upskill and get to a realm that you are not there before. So like getting into programming now, write more robots and all that. So as you look at it in terms of what happened to the contact center still works, but what we have done is that the assistance that we give our customers is far much higher in terms of their needs to use our products than it was previously, where maybe there are some tasks. Like, for instance, if I'll tell you, how many people would call, for instance, just to have a PIN changed? Yeah, I've lost my SIM card, all that, you know what happens. And you had to call, somebody had to pick that call and do something so that you get a new PIN. But with all that now, you actually don't need human interaction. So if you call, maybe you have a very specific need, then this person actually who has this call can help you to do that which does not lend itself to automation. So we still are keeping the contact center, it's still there, serving you very well. And as we continue developing and growing, adopting all these technologies that we're talking about with the assistance of AI, serving you better each and every day as we power on in this new age of AI.
Great. Nice. Thank you very much. I don't think, do we need to take another question?
Just for the sake of gender parity, since morning, just been males who've been asking questions. So let me give the outlier for morning session a chance to. So, and I'll probably just call at the podium because we need to sum this up. It's time up for lunch. So probably you can just come out busy. You pick it up from the podium so that you can just get to summarize this up. Huh? Sure.
Hi. Okay, my name is Martha Murioki. I had a comment for Daniel. The kids no longer want to think. They used to say, you don't know, I'll Google. Now they say, you don't know, I'll chat GPT. So in a way, we need to think, it's good that they're embracing technology, but we need to be a step ahead. My comment was more around infrastructure sharing. So we build the infrastructure together, but I think we also need to see how we can use AI to manage our maintenance costs and improve the quality of service. Yeah.
Absolutely. Is there a minute to that so that we conclude? Any person who wants to do that, or kids to know want to think? Can we chat GPT probably be doing an injustice not to give us a right of reply? Just in a few seconds.
Yeah. I think we need to embrace. Let me start with the second comment. Our operations support systems, business support systems, they have to evolve so that in a shared scenario, and what they call the outside plant, everything that you do not see, it's in the ground, it's in a cabinet somewhere on a street, all that, it needs to have the systems that actually support that need to embrace some AI, know how much data is being used, and even go to a step ahead and even use IoT so that how much pressure is being applied, so that is the ground moving, is the soil, are there soil movements, and so on and so forth. And I think my friend Nyagitari can talk more about that. Where children are concerned, I think what we need to do as a society is to really encourage thinking. because, critical thinking, so that, we raise producers, not consumers, because the risk here is, people don't want to take a book and actually look for it, the almanacs. They don't want to, no one reads those anymore in libraries. In fact, if you go to Macmillan Library, the almanacs are the dustiest section of the room. But we need to train these children to think for themselves. Don't take everything for gospel truth. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. I think they deserve a round of applause for giving us so much flesh content and indulging us in a much more powerful way for the last 1 hour. We've come to the end of our first half of the session, and I can really affirm you that the afternoon one after lunch is going to be simplistic, easy. It's not going to be as heavy as this. And I see also Mr. Song from Mozilla's held put. I'm going to probably request him over lunch to see if at all later on in the afternoon. I know we missed up on the visuals for his presentation. If at all we'll be able to get like about 10 minutes. I think the presentation is up. Mr. Song, if at all you're going to be with us in the afternoon, I'm making that pitch on behalf of the audience. Each and every one of them was asked me, hey, can we see what Song had? Probably so in the afternoon, probably can get to have that, all right? So thank you to our presenters who got in since we started from that's Jonathan Mwakijele, who set context from us. There are our hosts having us right here. To Steve Som, who came in and we had a technical hitch on his presentation, but he still talked about the policy measures that Mozilla are actually having when it comes to driving such endeavors of really putting in efforts towards driving infrastructure that's going to be geared towards fiber development. I know Haji Muhammad, he was there and he stepped out. That's on the new policy initiatives on connectivity. Let me also give some thumbs up to Dennis. I see he's gone. He drove in very well the discussion around infrastructure sharing and digital governance. There's an area which is also great by Daniel Gishuki. Is he still around? Yeah, he's here, Daniel. Thank you for that presentation. Give us an icebreaker. Also give us some ghetto language around the area boys if you're to set up fiber infrastructure around. And to the great lady who also came in and gave us a story around what it really means to driving and empowering rural inclusivity and innovation. And to the great panel led by Alphonse and the panel, we say a big thank you to them. I know there is a chance for a photo shoot. Please just rise up and do that. Lunch is ready, ladies and gents. It's going to be on the left. So when you step out of this particular room, please target going on to your left. My name is Kevin Rendiek. To those who joined in late, it's been a pleasure having you on this particular first half of the day. Let's see what the remaining half of the day. All right, so for the Malawian brother, from my Ugandan brother, and from Deng brother, I know Yemi Alade with our boys here, so Sol did this particular song. So this is a special dedication for you and just for giving a thumbs up for driving conversations around infrastructure and fiber. So Deng, like in your country, what's like the favorite dance style? Are you able to pull one? Like, are you able even to gesture? Feel free, no worries. Any idea? Are you willing to?
You will not, I think you will not dance to the tune of how we dance in my country. Yeah, our dancing, like I can give an example of my own tribe. It's called Dergel. 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 Yes. So a Dergel
All right, Miriam, since at least come, just come. Let our great lady from Paradigm Initiative be the girl. Okay. Yeah, so you're in front.
So the dancing is just the girl will dance, we dance,
Oh, the girl will dance, then we dance.
and we dance.
All right. So
And the dancing is like this.
Okay. All right. So there it is. So that's okay. Pull up. Just hold it up a bit. So let's cue ourselves. And where are our clips? So this is part of our hashtag, the Fibre Summit for you. This is probably what we use. I hope they get good pictures that Song can, when he gets back to Canada, and see this is probably what happened. All right? So Miriam, cue us up. We'll flow that cue. So let's do a take. Let's do a take 1 and take 2. Okay.
Okay, so do it again. It's the hands.
It's a hands.
Do it again. Do what you
Just give an example to it.
The dance is just you start like this, then later on you.
All right. All right. So we got it up. So you got it up. So Miriam will warm up onto it. All right. So you'll cue us, Miriam. Okay. I trust you. So 3, 2, 1, Miriam cues. Then we'll go to the clip. Okay. So we're starting slowly. All right. Okay.
like that, right?
All right. So sure. So for for South Sudan guy, Deng, this is how they do it in Sudan. So in 3, 2, 1, DJ, please give us a song and we're going to pump it up. All right. Miriam, sorry, we were on all right. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Energy, some energy, please. Some energy. Some thumbs up. Let's use our thumbs up. Our thumbs up, guys. All right. Yeah. All right. Okay. So shake her up. Shake you up. Shake you up. Yeah. Shake you up. Yeah. And can we do some turnaround? In that same cue. Okay. Same cue. And there's nowhere like Africa indeed. Okay. All right, thank you guys. And can we give this good guy some round of applause for him doing that to us? Thank you so much, Deng. And I think with that, at least you stood up for a minute. You're all well warmed up, and you're not going to feel sleepy. So allow me to throw this particular session to Mr. Simon Oshira. Simon Oshira is going to probably just take us through this afternoon session, and of course, queue us up with any of the presentations that are going to come in. After this. Any presentations that are going to come in after these are going to be queued in up with Simon. I see he's trying to probably just do one last minute touches with our lead. For our online audience, I see you and I'm saying thank you for staying put since morning up to this particular time. And don't forget that we also have our day 2 coming in tomorrow. This particular afternoon is going to be a bit crisp, short, and succinct. Of course, delving into it further in terms of why setting up infrastructure, facilities, and policies that are going to grow our own ecosystem around data, and fiber infrastructure is important. So I see Simon is ready. Simon, how are you? I love your tie. And warm welcome. Karibu Fiber Summit.
How are you? Are you happy to be here? It's amazing, actually. Because you've just addressed your food security situation, meaning you've just taken lunch. That's a longer version of saying that. May I request that we actually stand up a bit and do something so that we can actually get ready for something very amazing. We have a shorter session. May I do 2 things only? I think I need to be here. Media, do you prefer me here or here? Oh, okay, all right. I'm actually comfortable here. So may I request that we may be upstanding? We do some short energizer. And the energizer is a concentration game. And we'll do like this. So you touch your head when I say ma. Mado, mado, mado. Right? Ma, mado. You guys are not listening. Ma, mado, mado, mado. Ma, mado, mado, mado. Ma, mado, mado, mado. Ma, mado, mado, ma. Ah, you guys are. All right, let me do the second one, which is very short, and basically getting you ready to receive some very good insights for this conversation. And I want us to do something known as the horse game. And the idea is to actually imagine, I have two regions in Kenya. In Kenya, we have a true desert. Where? We have one true desert in Kenya. Which is in which county? Marsabit. Clap for yourself, you said Marsabit. Wapi, you didn't say that. All right, so one desert, which is, when I say Marsabit, so you walk like this because the land is hot and you probably barefoot, right? And then you go to a very beautiful coast where there's water. Then you say Chubui. Then you come to Nairobi where there's very good life. You dance. All right, starting now. So we want to appreciate please you can be seated. So in very typical Kenyan way, I want us to appreciate a country whose slogan is the warm heart of Africa. It's a country that has a flag that very much looks like ours a bit. Which country do you think I'm talking about? Malawi. Let's appreciate Malawi. Where's the Malawi? All right. So people have actually appreciated you. And because you're alone, when I mention your country, you give a chant. All right. So we want to go to a very beautiful country in West Africa that is actually has a very beautiful beach. It's a very beautiful tourism country. It's a small country, but very robust because it also happens to have the East African, the African Court of Human Rights. And it's where someone known as Bensouda came from. Which country do you think I'm talking about? The Gambia. Let's appreciate the Gambia. All right. We have a country that has a lot of fish. I don't know why. This country beats us in basketball. Because guys there are actually very tall. And they've been recently, for some reason, they beat us in football. Can you imagine? You guys, where is South Sudan? You guys, you beat us in football. Honestly, okay, Tulikach. All right. Okay, let me go to the very last country, which is a country that is very friendly to this country. We are very close friends with them. And they're actually just here, just like South Sudan, just like Gambia, just like Malawi. But these people have some very good Rolex. And they have some very good katoko. You don't eat bread in that country. You eat katoko, which is matumbo and bananas, really. All right, which country am I talking about? Let's appreciate Uganda. All right, thank you very much. So I have a short session right now. And we want to hear about addressing urban challenges through urban innovation. And the person who's going to help us unpack this is Latif Cherono, who is the General Manager, Technical Operations and Strategy at Gearbox. Latif Cherono, are you around? Latif Cherono. Latif Cherono is not in the room. So Lenny, do you think I need to start with your session? So you're confirming whether Latif Cherono is actually around. And then after that, we'll have another session about where should we go next with digital access initiatives. So Leonard Mabele is actually confirming where Latif Cherono is. Let me fill the stage. Mwalimu Ahmad, hapa ni wapi? All right, you can see me? All right. Is someone going to appreciate Simon Washira, the moderator right now, with a clap? Okay. Interesting. Latif Cherono seems to have left. And by the look of things, I feel it in my bones that it's timely for a very wonderful gentleman who is the research and innovation lead at Afralti. Who do you think I'm talking about? Leonard Mabele. Let's appreciate Leonard Mabele as he shares insights. And he'll be talking about where should we go next with digital access initiatives. Leonard, do you know how to dance?
Thanks a lot, Simon. I think we needed that energy in the morning, no? It was a bit cold. It was so cold in the morning, we needed that kind of energy. We should have probably come in then and would have had a very, pardon? No, Kelvin did an amazing, I mean, is he hearing me? No. Okay, he did an amazing job. He's just saying, probably Simon has an extra afternoon energy that all of us needed in the morning. But anyway, good afternoon. So I'm told Latif was right here earlier on, probably because we've already messed our schedule. We're not playing the way we should have. So he's probably still around having some conversation somewhere, or he left. But nevertheless, because we also had Phyllis, who's the country manager of Microsoft, who was to tackle this topic, and she just dropped a note that she cannot make it. We thought of a way of making this a bit creative. And by creative means, so looking at the topic is where do we go next in terms of digital access? I do not have a slide, but I'm thinking this is the right time to just open the floor to have discussions around, hear thoughts from each one of us, or, all of us would be great, or most of us is contributing to the subject of where do we go next in terms of digital access. But before we get there, this is the background I'd like to give you. And why we have this Kenya Fibre Data Summit. So, for quite some time now, I think Steve Song from Mozilla, and Steve has been doing a lot of amazing work in the space of connectivity all the way back during the days of TV white spaces. He's probably one of the guys who blogged a lot more on TV white spaces than any other person I know in the world. And then he's also been actively participating in connectivity, I mean, the work that community networks can do to deliver connectivity to the underserved and other rural locations. And then he got into the fiber development. So that means Steve is really passionate about connectivity, and he's been very consistent about it. Something that I think we need to appreciate. Probably give him a round of applause at this point in time. Now, while at it, last year, we were in Addis, and we were having the Connect to Recover, just people presenting all the findings, the different projects that were funded from ITU to do this work. And Steve from Mozilla came in and presented a very interesting map in terms of fiber networks and for Africa and under SRC. And it was a very great discussion. And we at some point we just said, I told him I'd be very happy to hear more about this. And then I think a while back, probably 2 months ago, or I guess there, but we had a call, and he was just showing me some of the developments that have gone since. And it's very exciting that Mozilla picked this up to say, you know what, it would be very interesting to have a workshop in Kenya that then gets to provide, just have these discussions on the Open Fiber Data Standard, where it's reached at. So the Open Fiber Data Standard, of course, has been an initiative by the ITU, and the Mozilla, its corporation, and of course the World Bank. And then 2 days ago, so 2 days ago, that is not 2 days ago per se, but Monday and Tuesday this week, what happened is we had Afralti, who I think you saw the presentation from Jonathan. Afralti has so many member states. We have like 9 member states in Africa at this point in time, and of course others are still adding to the list. And so we've got some of this family or partners of us from the other countries who then flew in over, and that's why Simon has been mentioning their names now, of the different countries, who came in on Sunday evening, and this is South Sudan, Malawi, Uganda, and the Gambia, to help push this kind of conversation. So on Monday and Tuesday, Steve, together with some very good partners of the entire project, the Open Fiber data standard from the Open Data Services, colleague called Duncan and Jen, they were on a call sharing the perspectives and the findings of the Open Fiber data standard. So while we're having this discussion of saying the 2 days will be a workshop where we are talking to regulators about it, from Afalti we felt it's also wise to have then a summit that gets to have so many stakeholders also having the discussion going on. And so today, largely wanted to focus on infrastructure, and why we had a lot of, we allowed a lot of time around the topic of infrastructure was because that's pretty much like the backbone of the connectivity ecosystem, and this discussion is largely on fiber. So even the discussion that followed after in terms of AI, you realize AI was a bit biased because we were just talking about AI in terms of connectivity. So of course AI has many applications, but then we just wanted to have that from that perspective. Now, and then of course this afternoon we wanted to see what's happening in the urban innovation, because at the end of the day there's so many developments happening on IoT. There's so many developments that, recently we just saw Kenya, of course we already have Airtel and Safaricom. Both of them have brought up their 5G networks, and there are a lot of developments they are looking forward to go on such networks happening, particularly through IoT and some of other innovations. So that's what we wanted in the afternoon, to hear from people like Gearbox, what's happening in the urban innovation ecosystem. But at the same time, we also wanted to have Ben Roberts come in from Liquid Telecom, who was here again on Monday, but he was touching the work on open data, the OFDS, Open Fiber Data Standard. So today we wanted him to touch on data centers, but unfortunately he could not make it. So Ben Roberts then will be coming in tomorrow to cover that segment. So I'm building this up to get to a level where we're going to have a conversation. Where do we go next, right? So we've been having these discussions. We have Open Fiber Data Standard. We've seen a lot of innovations that can happen there. We've seen what can happen if data is shared. We've seen a lot of participants and panelists, experts have shared what can happen in terms of infrastructure sharing. And now we are at a point where we can start talking about where do we go next. Of course, it's so clear that the entire ecosystem in terms of data sharing, in terms of infrastructure sharing, still needs a lot of work to do from the technology side, from the regulatory side, and from the economic side. I think that's so conspicuous. So there's still a lot of work to be done from all those three pillars: regulations, economics, and then of course technology. So because when Phyllis said she's not coming for this one, I felt probably it's the right time for us to just share perspectives on this. One of the things I'm probably going to open the floor with is it the right time that maybe we started considering data sharing to be a subject that we embrace, whether, particularly to be led by maybe more researchers to be able to access this data. So we might not be sharing that data to be publicly available for other competitors to access, but is it the right time to say we want to allow such data be accessible for researchers? Can we make such data then available for academia? What other ways can we unlock an ecosystem that then can look at all these three pillars of regulations, economics, and technology in terms of data sharing, infrastructure sharing? So those are the thoughts that I would like us to have probably in the next 30 minutes, and then we can have this session just covered from that perspective. So first of all, I'd like to hear your thoughts. Do you think that's a good idea? So maybe someone who can help me pass a mic around. Just getting to hear thoughts from everyone in terms of, okay, so we've been talking about, we are in the Kenya Fiber Data Summit. We are coming from the Open Fiber Data Standard Workshop. And still gaps are coming up. We're still noticing cracks. So is it the right time then we start looking at the best way to allow, data sharing, particularly on fiber infrastructure? And then, of course, what are other variables should we consider even as we do that? And what are the implications, or what are the economic variables to think about? How should we shape the regulations? Should we then, at the end of this summit, at the end of this session, say we are intentionally putting together two things: a further study or a further research in terms of the same, two, capacity and awareness around the Open Fiber Data Standard and how we can do it. So please feel free. Just anyone can raise a hand, share thoughts. So it's all like an open debate now.
Hello, everyone. I am David. We are talking about data sharing. So, we are talking about data sharing.
You might have to put your mic a bit closer. I think that's.
We are talking about data sharing. I was recently listening to a talk by Andrew Ng from Stanford. He made the talk and it was posted online, so I came across it. And he was talking about various sectors in the market of data. Okay, and AI, for example, is a general technology, meaning that it can be used across very many platforms. If the way I take it, let me put it as a personal perspective as of now, is that institutions with the proper financing are able to manipulate data way better than sectors that do not really have that financial capability. Take, for example, if it is a government-sponsored project, to maybe collect data, clean it, then use it for certain applications through AI, then that project will be very successful in a very short period of time. But take, for example, farmers. They want to collect data about their farming projects, maybe analyze that data to help them improve on their production and maybe maintenance, all that stuff that they are supposed to take care of. It's not well funded. So if maybe I, as a farmer, if I personally took that initiative to deploy AI in my farm, then it will take me a very long period before I actually get to achieve whatever I was planning for, or whatever I was maybe trying to get to by using the AI or the tools that we are using in the project. Okay, so Andrew Ng was saying this, that resource pooling, for example, is if farmers were able to share data in a, let's say, if let's take an example of beekeeping. I was seeing a documentary just a few days back. So there are these guys in Germany, they rear bees, and they're using AI to monitor the movement of bees, how many bees are coming in at a certain point in a hive, how many are going out. Okay, so they were using this. But you see, the main issue would be finances, but resource pooling would actually make sure that we're able to utilize this data in a good way. The problem comes in at data privacy. I don't know why that is my issue at data privacy. To what extent can you use a person's data to and if you're going to use it, what are the measures or what are the procedures that you're going to take to ensure that none of the sides, the business part of it and the user part of it, none of them get compromised, data leakages, all that stuff. Right now it might seem insignificant because right now we're talking about expansion. But in a few years, it will be very significant. You will have a lot of data that you need to manipulate. What are those?
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Right. I'm just going to pick your last statement because I think the other applications you're mentioning about the relationship to connectivity, particularly fiber. I mean, tomorrow we have a session that's looking at data governance and a bit of AI in terms of that perspective. Perhaps there'll be a lot of that will be raised then in terms of data protection. But now that you're raising data privacy, maybe what needs to go within the room is data privacy the thing that would hold back allowing, open fiber data standard, or even sharing data by the operators, by the, players or stakeholders in the ecosystem. Simon, you have Dennis.
I believe the issue may not be data privacy as a standalone issue. The main underlying issue that maybe has not permeated through the room is competition. Advantage, disadvantage, business interests, opportunity to further your own corporate goals, opportunity to maybe use additional information that you generate as a result of being in a position of dominance in a particular subsector. So now that it's an open debate, I believe the main issue at hand would be the competition issue. There was a competition study of 2016. Unfortunately, that has not been, the recommendations arising from that study have not been implemented due to the very nature of the word competition. So from the perspective of maybe the delegate who gave the general comments about this, from a regulatory perspective, maybe if I wear the CA hat, I would say handling competition in an environment that has previously been self-regulated or maybe is new becomes very complicated, because at what point do we stop being reactionary and being proactive? If Engineer Obama mentioned earlier that the initial deliberations on how best these regulatory frameworks will be put in place to forestall maybe large language models or growth of such systems that will be able to be the backbone of AI systems, that was 5 years ago. Now we are reacting now. That means the next problem has already emerged and we'll react to it in 2028, maybe by the same trend. Thank you.
All right, thanks a lot, Dennis, for your comments. I don't know if other folks in the room would like to react to the competition, being an issue. Before that, I just want to share my views around the idea of competition. So this is the interesting thing. Majority of the things that really drive technology are open source. Like all of the services we use, all of the applications we use have all been enabled by open source tools, right? So I think proprietary only comes in after you've built the product. But then again, in some scenarios, there's someone who says that, I think someone who normally says that sometimes it's very absurd when you insist on holding $1,000 just because you're being very protective, when if you allow that to open or allow more players to work with you, you probably make $1 million. But that's a perspective. Maybe most people do not look at it from that point of view. To a level, that's sometimes I think that conversations of competition can become so deliberate. Then two players say, we are going to work together and open whatever we have, whatever you have, and work as exemplars of what other people can learn from it. But of course, that's the hard part to try, because if that never happens or such a test bed doesn't happen, then we will never know. But what do you guys think about competition, really? Is there an issue that would hold back sharing data that deep? Or is there a lack or a misunderstanding of the opportunity of opening it that would unlock more economic, even innovation, and opportunity for the stakeholders, more than they know now? Because some of the things that we did, and we worked together, Dennis, on this one, when you move around the country, this is actually a big challenge. And I think these days I'm challenging researchers in the room. Sometimes we do duplicated studies without knowing, simply because there's no repository where we can all refer, that it's a shared area. Like for example, so when we had these studies and found dark fiber issues that really affected, were an impeding factor that or enabled connectivity during COVID, we found out other studies had also been done. Later on, when we were reading other references, we found other studies had been done in other areas. But then we do not have a repository where this is available for us to be able to just know, okay, let's not waste our effort or our investment into looking into this because it's already available. So the question then should be then validation in terms of how credible is it. So I don't know what you guys think about competition, because we might never know an opportunity if we keep holding on to this is my market, you might come in, you might steal it. and you are replicating something that's already there to make you get the market. What do you guys think about competition, really? I'll be happy to hear more ladies contributing to this.
I'm not ready, but I think I have the mic. Thank you for that. And when it comes to competition, I think the very first question and the very first basic approach of it is, I've seen some conversation, what are you bringing on the table when it comes to such conversation? And among the many things that need also to be considered, I might be the last on the table, but maybe I'm the biggest contributor on that table. Or maybe I was still the first on the table, yet I am the biggest contributor when it comes to what is being brought on the table. And one of the main things when it comes to competition is actually some of the providers. They are actually way ahead in terms of innovation, in terms of investment, and in terms of maybe even contracts that maybe they have gone ahead, set the infrastructure and the designs that we see around. But there are others that are still picking up to still catch up in form of competition. But still in the same, we still have some other startups and also other seed companies that are yet ideas that are still still in design, yet they have not come to reality, yet they are supposed to join part of the conversation. So when it comes to the competition, all these need to be brought into the whole conversation. Where exactly are we trying to regulate? And what exactly are we to regulate without giving anyone a competitive advantage and also considering also their way of what they have actually contributed towards any of the innovations. So that is my contribution on that.
Thanks.
I think often when we talk about competition, we talk as if we live in one economy, and we don't. We live in, the globalized economy, which is, the national and transnational organizations, the Safaricoms, MTNs, and the end game for MTN is everything, right? That's sort of, the sort of the end game of capitalism is all of the marbles, and that's the market in which we talk about competition in. But there's another economy, right? There are local economies in many countries. SMMEs make up 50% of GDP, right? So all of these tiny local businesses that are not seeking to become global monoliths. Your local butcher, your local baker. They serve local economies, and they do a really important thing, is that they make sure that money circulates locally as opposed to, being transferred to, to the big cities. And so in every other sector, we do everything we can to support these local economies. We have ministries of SMMEs. We have programs to subsidize them. In the telecom sector, comparatively little is done to support SMMEs because historically it's been impossible, right? If you wanted to become an ISP or a telco, you had to do everything. You had to work out, how to communicate internationally, how to distribute handsets, how to build the backbone infrastructure, the access network. Now all of that has become disaggregated. Fibre networks are accessible to all. Technology has become cheaper. And so from a regulatory point of view, in terms of enabling competition, it's not that we want another telecom, or that we want a fourth national operator, but we want to unleash the possibilities for SMME operators to distribute services. And those may be community networks that are owned by the community, or they may be sambazas that are, but I think they exist now largely in spite of the ecosystem rather than because of it.
Yep, thanks. Great thoughts. Dennis, hands up as a...
I'm hearing very solid points and people are not clapping. I'm wondering. We're hearing very solid points.
maybe to add on this, now that it's an open floor, this is a chance to get everything off your heart. Mine is remarks on the general state of play for the smaller operators. You realize that society expects a new solution, device, application, new person, new human being, even your own child. You expect them to behave the way you want or you perceive society should appreciate their value. Why am I saying this? You find that in a market, say for instance ICT sector, you expect, or even the proprietors or directors behind a new ICT company want their product or solution to emulate, say, Safaricom's M-Pesa or any other. That's why even for lending, the digital space, the microfinance lending apps, all of them almost look the same. The interfaces, how you interact with them, they're looking the same. Yet, for you to make it as a smaller operator or a new entrant in any space, you need to be different. And maybe the same can be said of regulatory approach. The regulatory approach, Kenya, maybe the ICT sector policies, since the year 2000 or 2005, when the first formal policies were launched, you find that we expect that the regulations we developed in the year 2005 to be applicable now and to enable the industry grow. And if we are making any changes, we are making minor cosmetic changes or additional interventions, while not taking a step back to evaluate the real base of how we got to that situation. For instance, and I mentioned this maybe last year in a separate forum, the community networks framework developed by CA in partnership with APC, Mozilla, Kiktanet, and other stakeholders was the first, say, sector-led or industry-led intervention to address a genuine problem at the peak of the pandemic. So going forward, as we look at other challenges that we have just had a discussion with Simon about climate change and how this would impact the ICT sector, we need to be very proactive and develop specific measures in the face of the oncoming El Nino event. How are we responding? How are ICT sector policies responding to the grave danger with which societies and people of various walks of life find themselves exposed to with extreme weather events, and given that they are becoming more and more frequent? They say insanity is doing the same thing and expecting a different result. Well, surprise, we are expecting the same result very soon when the real weather shocks happen. So also for ICT sector players, members around this room, those from the region under IACO umbrella or Afralti, we need to take deliberate actions immediately to be able to redefine either how regulatory frameworks, how sector-led policies or sector-led initiatives like those explained earlier in the morning session by TESPOC and others, how best are we able to respond and ensure that what we put in place today is applicable to various sectors, to various stakeholders within the sector, and will help all consumers of ICT services, especially those in underserved areas, achieve a level of parity in terms of access to information, in terms of protection from harmful effects of the internet and others, and also from exploitation by online fraudsters, etc. So now that it's an open debate, those are just my thoughts on this. Thank you.
For our friends, actually, I mean heavy claps.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Leonard. Thank you, Simon. I would like to give probably a true scenario in respect to how competition may turn out to be competition on your side if you present unfair tendencies. As you know, coming from Uganda as regulator, I won't mention names, but it's existing entities in the sector that we had an MNO that came, established Fibre. Then there were, of course, the ISPs who wanted to tap in their provider. Like, And of course, there weren't any laws that were imposing or requiring them to share. So they always kind of blocked until there came an entity. Oh, okay, let me lay my favor and have whoever comes to Liz. And yes, it happened. But what did the other entity, the MNO, benefit? Actually, they benefited from that model one. You find that a percentage of the backhaul to their base station, a good percentage, substantial, is served by that the emerging infrastructure provider. Second, when you look at, say, content producers using these ISPs, generating content and running on the networks, where will this content be shared? Mainly the vast of the network, which is the MNOs. So they actually benefit in the process that they're able to generate even revenue in terms of data using the content for which they would have probably provided the platform. So again, to re-echo what Dennis really mentioned at some point, I think especially from the regulator and government perspective, we look at what is the intention in all this. And if you look at the policies that are produced and everything, it is looking at better, improving the life, standard of life of the people. So even when we are talking about open fiber data standards, there won't be data information on fiber if we don't have the fiber itself. But then also that information, or the data, won't make sense if there is no standard on the infrastructure. But then what is that infrastructure intended for? You mentioned accessibility, capacity, quality. So at the end of it, even that, what are we looking at? We have realized that, and it is now really global knowledge that it is, and a facilitator, communication sector is a facilitator of economies because it facilitates all sectors. So in other words, besides government, I think it would be a good thing to focus on the goals and objectives of, I would say, us as the countries, as the citizens, because these companies, these operators are not run by aliens. They are run by systems. But what do you want to achieve? If you blocked competition, if of course competition is healthy. We actually present, and that's why I think all our governments liberalized the sectors to be able to attract competition, to be able to push and encourage really development. But unfair competition is what we should avoid, so that we try to move and evolve faster than derail. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think so far we've been oscillating between economics and regulations in the discussion, and which is a good thing. But one thing particularly is coming out, and picking what Dennis said and what the gentleman on the other side had raised earlier on, it's clear that we have to do all these things in context. We have to do all these things in context in some way. So this is a scenario I normally want to have with many friends when we are hanging out. So Nairobi, when you're moving around Nairobi, it gives you an impression that you really have a lot of people in this city. Like it's so congested sometimes, like traffic, and I don't like the way the traffic system is. Maybe that's another thing we can deal with another corner. But so it gives you an impression that this place is very populated. And then we sit down and look at statistics. You discover that these cities in this country only make up 30% of the Kenyan population. It's a reality that they only make up 30% of this country. And this country's population, like what, 55 million now? We're kind of close to that now. So what's happening to the other ones. Now, you start going in a bit deeper, of course, you'll find that you'll have the suburban areas, and those, of course, are pretty much decently connected, and they still don't have as many challenges. And you go deep down, you find there's probably a third of the population that is either completely ignored or just completely underserved. So if we were to say we don't want to take a reaction approach, then I guess drifting back to regulations, then the regulators have to be intentional about addressing the problems. And most of the time, and I know I have a lot of this with Dennis, like if we are to be intentional about addressing problems, then it's the regulator who needs to say that. But addressing that problem also needs you being realistic. You know, if it's like today I went to the regulator and say, you know what, I need a license to be a fiber network provider. Like I need to be one of the fiber providers, like infrastructure providers, and I want to deliver fiber connectivity. And then what I'm asking the regulator to do is actually duplicate what has been done. Maybe I'm asking to duplicate what has been done. Probably the intention from the regulator then should be like, okay, listen. Before you duplicate that, why don't you talk about connecting those ones? And that's the reason like the frameworks like the community networks and some of the frameworks we've been building over time for Kenya. I don't know about the other countries, and probably there's, of course, other developers like Uganda is so active on this. But I think then the regulator needs to be intentional about, okay, before you make a duplicate and start wasting money, maybe you need to consider this. And then outlining these are our objectives, such that at the end of the day, we do not end up in a scenario where we are reacting to issues. A lot can be done. I mean, I'm a neutral researcher. That's why I'm free to share thoughts like this. But I think that needs to be like the perspective that all these things begin from. And then at the end of the day, now we're moving towards economics to say, okay, where is the competition really? Like what you're saying. So people are setting up a network and they don't even have an understanding they need backhaul to their base stations, right? So a new player is actually coming to provide backhaul. So the beginning point on the go should have been, okay, you tell us where is the backhaul to these base stations. So I think, of course, regulations, that's where the discussions will drift a lot more when we're looking at this open fiber data standard. And of course, any data sharing within the ecosystem of connectivity. And then looking at economics, and then going back to what he said, what are you bringing to the table? I've seen a lot happen lately in terms of collaboration than competition, and collaboration has pushed so much. Like if you were to look at the ecosystem of connectivity in general, partners really collaborate. But I think, of course, there are areas they compete. The real question is, the areas they're competing, do they really need to compete? And even while they're competing, are they really getting to deliver the quality of service that the regulator is looking for? So I guess those are the discussions within the regulations and economics. But as we're talking about that, something is just coming to mind, which I probably would flow that to you and everyone. In this case, all of us just reasoning as people who want to provide solutions for this planet. Do you think we are doing better research to address our problems, particularly on connectivity? Because if we got there, then we'll allow a repository that says this should work this way, this should work this way. One thing I like about Communications Authority is they are so open to getting information from researchers and get stakeholders talking about it. Then at the end of the day, they release a framework. And I think that's how Community Networks framework came out. It was really amazing. And I'm guessing it's the same in the other member countries. But in general, really, are we doing better research to address our problems in terms of connectivity? That we have sufficient information to say we are competing, or we should literally accept duplicating? Are we doing proper research there? Well, that's the last question, because I think now we have like 10 minutes to end this session. And while at it, how can we improve it?
Okay, thank you very much, Leonard. I think I want to give a perspective that I came across when I was doing some or maybe Northby.
it will be very easy for us, so for complementary network access method like community networks, to know like this is where, if I want to deploy in this particular area, then already there is an existing infrastructure that I can use. That data is not there publicly. So if at all it is publicly available, there are areas that already maybe have existing infrastructure that we can just tap into and extend the connectivity. In that way, it is not kind of a competition. It is a complementary approach, so that we use what already exists. Because it won't make sense if, let's say, we are sending data or transmitting data from, let's say, Kisumu, rural, all the way to Kisumu, and yet there is an unused NOFB or another operator that has unused maybe link or fiber. So that is, I think, for me, competition is good, but it has two ends. So we have the unhealthy one, and we also have the healthy part of it. The unhealthy part of it is in a way that what also we saw in the community networks when we were dealing with the licensing framework. There are those MNOs that did not want it, you see, saw it as a competition. But those who, there were also those part of the MNOs that embraced it as a complementary. So I believe that when we allow for competition in a kind of economy, we kind of improve on the nature of the services, because you are not only the person giving this service. So if I sleep a little bit in the market, another person will pick it up. So I think as regulators that we need to also open up that space for competition in a way that we promote services. Because now if community networks are seen as competitors, for example, to the traditional ISPs in the rural setup, then I think it will be very hard to connect the unconnected. Not unless it comes to a point where we now see them as complementary, because at the end of it, we are targeting to connect and bridge the digital divide in the rural areas or in the marginalized groups. And people that we are connecting, we are just linking back to the main maybe fiber links, so let's say for the bigger ISPs that again get the credit for the traffic. So I think in this case we need to have, as just the same way you've said, and I saw APC try this at the community network level. They have come up with a repository where all community network resources, be it the learnings, whatever we did, you can go and get them in one platform. This is something that can also happen at the bigger aspect, maybe let's say Kenya, where we have all the MNOs and operators having the data there, so that if I want to know like where do I find a link or a backhaul if I'm in Turkana, it will be very easy just to go to a certain portal, if it's a government portal, go there and find all those information based on the other parameters that are there. Yeah.
Thanks. Hello, Alphonse. Yeah, a term just came to mind. Should we consider collaborative competition? Is there a word like that? And even as we talk about that, should we then have a custodian? In this case, maybe I don't know if the operators will be comfortable with that. So you have a custodian of this data who the regulator is aware of. I don't know if it's a set of group of researchers or group of people who then they give you they're in charge of that data so that it can be available to the public. How do we do it? Steve, how do you think we can do it? We say, okay, fine, you feel like this is competition releasing your data, right? Now, we want to make sure the ecosystem has a more informed approach from the regulator's perspective, or from what he's saying, such that he's going to not struggle finding this information, right? So we tell operators, right, we are making a decision to say group X are the custodian of this data, and if you would like to access this data, talk to group X, and then the regulator now talks to them of what needs to become open. I don't know, just throwing thoughts as part of the open debate. Do you think that's a model that would make sense, a custodian of the data, that then every stakeholder is informed, these are the custodians of this data, and these variables are open, and if you want this, talk to these people. Is that a thing? Okay, interesting. Okay. So let's end the final thoughts. Oh, Dennis, oh, she has something to say.
Hello everyone, my name is Ivy Gasheri from CA. So the question on are we doing better research to address our problems? Oh, sorry. You can hear me now? And now? Okay. So addressing are we doing better research to address our problems in terms of connectivity? So informing the forum here, so the Communications Authority has already come up with a framework for emerging technology in the regulatory sandbox, which was launched actually in 2023. So it's an alternative regulatory tool that allows the authority to access testing in a controlled environment of new and emerging technology, products and services that provides easier model within the market structure. Are you enhancing through a controlled environment? Yeah, so look out for our new sandbox, which we're about to launch. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, are there final thoughts to this topic so we can end it? It was just to allow us at least after lunch, so we are not bored and by listening to one person, so all of us can contribute to the discussion. So are there any final thoughts to this so we can wrap it up? We only have I think 2 minutes. All right, no final thoughts. Okay, thank you very much. I'm going to hand over to Simon to close it up.
Let's appreciate Lenny and every person who's spoken. All right, what will be happening is that we'll have a closing ceremony, so to speak, and then some tea break somewhere around there. And then before we actually close, I feel it's important. Can you imagine someone traveling all the way to come and attend the Kenya Fibre Data Summit from Malawi, Uganda, South Sudan, and of course the Gambia? It's important as very good hosts, Kenyans we are, that we actually give them an opportunity. And I'll be requesting that we get the first person to give us, Henry Mugabe from Uganda will be telling us, what have we learned today? Just very shortly. Just a minute.
Thank you, Simon. A minute is really very short to really outline, but it's okay. I think I've also given some views in the process and indicated my rhythm with this discussion. It's been really a great discussion, and there have been great views and opinion on sharing, infrastructure sharing. We've heard about the AI, the artificial intelligence. We've also been able to hear the sharing, the panelists who put up very good views, very good discussions on initiatives on artificial intelligence, data protection issues, and the applications. And of course, they mentioned on the how we can advance and embrace the artificial intelligence in respect to setting out the foundation on where they would write to be able to for the public to access and to be able to manage and control. Of course, there were good mentions about the need for governments and the agencies to put up conducive policies, conducive environment for, of course, the innovators and the operators to thrive and come up with applications that would serve the communities. Thank you.
Let's appreciate Henry. Thank you very much. So, and we have our other twin, Kenyan twin from South Sudan. Dane is actually going to share some insights. What have you learned today? I mean, you traveled all the way. Have you learned something?
Thank you, Simon. First of all, to those who don't know me, I'm by name Deng from South Sudan National Communication Authority, a regulator just like CA here. I've been here for last 4 days, since Sunday up to date. It has been an interactive session since Monday up to date, and I have learned a lot. Things that I can take back to my country and to National Communication Authority. And, you know, I have learned something, and I can take you back to, you know, when the two teams play, there are those who watch football, the team that they call small teams and big team. I'm not a fan of football, but I just watch them quarreling. So when the big teams play with the small teams, when there is no referee, I think the small team will suffer, yeah? Because foul will not be counted. And the power used by the big teams will not be resisted by the small team. So what I want to drive there, competition is healthy, but when there is a referee, who is a referee here? These are regulators. You know, when regulators come in, you know, you regulate among the two competitors. Because if Safaricom is competing with another small, maybe operator, and there is no referee, which is CA, then Safaricom will take advantage of that small company. So the challenge is, I want to challenge the regulators. The ministry is concerned. The initiative is good when we take it positively, because South Sudan is just like a small boy compared to other countries, because we just got our independence recently in 2011, yeah? So, and we cannot compete with other countries when there's no fair referee. So what we are learning here will be applicable or can be applied differently in different countries. So the way Kenya will apply it will be different from the way South Sudan will apply it. I have learned a lot, guys, and I can appreciate that. The host country and the host institution, which is Afralti, together with Mozilla, I appreciate the initiative. And I think you'll just move around. South Sudan will be ready to host you if you can come. And I will take the message back to my country. So these days, I'm happy to be here and to be part of this. This is what I can say. Thank you.
Let's appreciate South Sudan. I hope when you say a small football team, you don't mean Kenya, because you guys were the latest country to beat us. So I hope you're mentioning, you're referring to Arsenal.
There's a fair referee.
Arsenal. Okay. He's referring to a big team like Arsenal, right? Any Arsenal fan here? Oh, yes, awesome, wonderful. So, and to wrap it up now, it's to actually get vote of thanks. But thank you, Afralti and Mozilla, really, for creating a platform for a country, the newest country on earth, South Sudan, to really get such a platform to come and network and learn from other countries, and for such best practices. So this is truly the reason why Afralti really exists. And thank you, Lenny and team. Let's appreciate Afralti. Okay. And from the warm heart of Africa, we want to have the warm vote of thanks from my friend Gabriel. Gabriel, please give us vote of thanks. He comes from Malawi.
Thank you very much. Mine indeed is just an appreciation for what has been done. I would like to appreciate the speakers for a well-done job. Let me also extend our appreciation to the presenters for a well-done job. Allow me to appreciate the panelists for a beautifully done job. The moderators, wonderful, well done job. The host, Afrat, Kenya, and Mozilla, well done job. The participants from Kenya, of course, Kenyans. Thank you very much for attending this. My colleagues from Uganda, by the way, this is my third time to be here at Afrat. I was here in 2004. By then, my chin was very smart. And I met this guy.
Oh.
That's 19 years down the line. So I appreciate Afrat and Mozilla for organizing this. You have made me to reunite with this guy. And you know, now he's aging. By then, he was very talkative. We do appreciate Afrati and Mozilla for the hospitality. No wonder the moderator was here doing us to do chowi. And this guy was teaching us how to dance when he's in South Sudan. And my colleagues from Gambia, thank you very much for coming. Of course, myself, I should appreciate for coming here. The knowledge and the ideas we have shared here, we'll try to put them into use. I know they are very helpful. And it's my request to the organizers, this should not be the end. If possible, do a follow-up. What has been implemented, or what have we done when we go back to respective organizations? We know that gaps are there. But since you have helped us to interact, to network with different participants from different countries, it will help us to reduce the gaps that are there. They might not go once, but I know eventually they will go. So we do appreciate for that. Finally, may the good Lord bless the host, bless everyone here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's appreciate it. This agenda aligns with Kenya Vision 2030. It aligns with Africa Agenda 2063. It aligns with Sustainable Development Goals, where no one should be left behind. And because of that, we want to close very shortly. And may I request us to be upstanding so that we play the national anthem, one stanza Kenya, we play the EAC anthem, short stanza, and the African Union short stanza. All right, let me have something. Let me have some breaking news item.
It's really breaking news. So it's just a reminder, I know this vote of thanks was for today because the summit is still going on. We are again here tomorrow at 8:30 a.m. again to have the second day of the summit. That's what I wanted to say.
Yes. So tomorrow, we're back here very early so that we do the actual day 2, and this will be amazing. This was our very special Kenyan warm way of showing our hospitality to guests that we love truly much. If you're Kenyan, let's appreciate our guests. All right, let's be upstanding for the national anthem.
Mungu twaomba uilinde Jumuiya Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu. jumuiya yetu.
Perfect. It doesn't look like we have something, but actually, these are gender lines with Africa. But we have the country with the best tea in the world, and that country is known as Kenya. Has the best tea in the world, and the best coffee in the world is actually Kenya, Ethiopia, and Uganda. So I have seen you, Henry, looking at me in a way that you're likely to. But we have the best tea in the world, but then we have the best coffee together with you and Ethiopia. So, yeah. So because of that, we'll be taking tea and coffee from there so that we can actually network. Thank you very much. This is